Also, advertising options. So advertising on HYA's website, newsletters, network, and social media page will commence following this meeting. HYA has regional and national advertising packages available to maximize exposure for the vacancy, included as an option in the contract. We recommend package 2 plus advertising with ALAS and the NAPSI. This is the National Association of Black School Educators and the Latino Association, National Association. Package 3 is an option if the board wants a print advertisement. Advertising services are attached, and we're recommending advertising in August and September. So as you can see, package 1, the cost for that would be $2,150. That would be 1 listing in the HYA group and ad in EdWeek in the printed publication, and 1 listing on the AASA website for 30 days with online spotlights, preferred and featured upgrades. Then package 2 is $3,400, and that's 2 HYA ads in EdWeek's printed publication, online listing on EdWeek's top jobs for 30 days and showcased on the homepage for EdWeek and top jobs for 7 days, and then online listings for AASA for 30 days with online spotlights, preferred and featured upgrades. And then package 3 is $6,650. And that's a listing in the HYA group ads in EdWeek, the printed publication for the length of the search, dedicated district-specific ads in EdWeek's print publication, online listing on EdWeek's top jobs for 30 days, and showcased on the homepage for EdWeek's top jobs for 7 days, and online listings on AASA for 30 days with online spotlights, preferred, and feature upgrades. So the decision on which package you would like would be made at the tentative special board meeting on July 25th, 2024. Background checks. HYA facilitates independent third-party due diligence background checks on all slated candidates or only finalists per the board's direction. Would the board like formal independent background checks on all slated candidates? That would be a question to be answered on July 25th at the tentative special Board of Education meeting. And so there are options for the due diligence, but we strongly encourage that all background checks be done on candidates so you know front. Already. In terms of salary and fringe benefits, the board needs to discuss the compensation range that you feel is appropriate for this particular job. So we suggest the board think about this in terms of total compensation package. Total compensation could include salary, annuities, a board pickup of non-obligatory retirement payments, whole life insurance, auto allowance, residency requirements, and any other fringe benefit that has a monetary value attached to it, except for the insurance package and other benefits that generally are provided to all other administrators. This information is needed during the advertising and screening process. So this can be decided at the tentative special board meeting on July 25th, 2024. Next, we have a proposed calendar for the search. So it is our goal to have this search completed by November, early November here. So as you look through today, we had today that we have the planning session. We're proposing on July 25th that there's a tentative special board meeting to discuss the engagement phase, the participants, timeline, advertising, and due diligence, the things we just discussed. Then we would put the advertising out in August through September. We would give an update at the August 8th board meeting. You would receive another update on August 22nd, 2024. And then we would begin the interviews and the focus group meetings, and that schedule will be determined once you give that information to Mr. Caruso. And so between August 12th and August 29th, we would be engaging the community and the focus groups to collect the information. Simultaneously, we would have the online survey that would go out for everyone to participate in. There would be a board workshop on September 4th, 2024. And at that time, we would discuss interview protocols and make some decisions about how you would like the interviews conducted and the process of the actual interviews. On September 12th, 2024, we would give you a draft leadership profile and we would present that to the board. So that way, at that time, we would have heard from the community, heard from board members, and based upon that, give you a profile of what we have heard and what the community and board have communicated they're looking for in the next superintendent. On September 26th, the board would have an opportunity to approve that leadership profile. Then September 30th would be the application deadline. So on October 2nd, there'd be another board work session and the slate would be presented to the board and the board would decide candidates that you would like to interview. On October 9th, the board would have initial interviews and adjudication. There'd be an update to the board on October 10th. And on October 16th, semifinalists will come for their second round of interviews and adjudication. Then there'd be an update on October 24th. And then on October 30th, the board would approve its finalists with the process ending on November 14th. Between that time, there'd be the opportunity for the board to work with the preferred candidate to complete the contract. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions or if there's anything else the board might like to discuss at this time, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. I'm following the lecture earlier. I've been provided additional comments to amplify work that HYA has already done. And as a reminder, this is a meeting to help us prepare for the 25th of July. I also will provide after providing comments, comment and then questions to Ms. Joseph. Thank you. So just want to make reference to regards to the CCSD website. We will ask board council and board liaison work with HYA. We're creating a page for the district website where we can share out the meetings, etc. for review. We'll have this available to share on the July 25th meeting. Regarding interviews with board members, there will be one-on-one meetings with one trustee and search firm only. Board council and board liaison will not be attending these meetings as an trustee there one-on-one time. Please note that council and our board liaison will need to provide the trustees contact information, email address, etc. HYA for their use and scheduling meetings. In addition to these meetings will occur within the next 2 weeks and prior to the July 5th meeting. Regarding our focus groups, I think it's also important to, it was mentioned already in the reference material, we need to give staff assistance in gathering and listing of community partners. And I believe that you all are clear, there's additional clarity around that. These for that, we need to be able to board council, board liaison will request from staff information, and it will have it available as reference material for special review. If in the interim, thank you trustees for forwarding your list of individuals to our board liaison through Zoom. That information will be posted on our July 25th meeting. So whatever it is that we send to Joe by the 25th, all the stuff is posted as reference material for the central meeting. And then at that meeting as well, we'll have review the focus group list and we'll provide additional direction to HYA in working with the board liaison and council on the meeting schedule to be reviewed at our August 7th meeting. Regarding our online survey, I think it's also important to highlight that trustees are asked to email Joe again for their custom choice questions for the 24th, so we can compile the list and review that on the 25th. Big meeting on the 25th. In addition, if there are any changes, additions to the disaggregated groups, please send them in to so that information will be posted online as reference material on the 25th. Regarding the slate of candidates and expenses, we'll discuss that. Special board meeting on the 5th. Advertising options as was described, we will also need to make sure that we provide direction to the firm as to what option we would like to choose. And we will need to provide direction to the board liaison to submit the budget requests to ensure that our budget is item. Especially you guessed it, believe it. In regards to the executive due diligence, again, another thing that we'll need to provide direction for the liaison to submit budget requests to ensure that we have the necessary funding to take this item, special board meeting. And one last, two more things here in regards to salary and fringe benefits. Again, this is something we'll discuss during the 5th meeting. And the calendar for the search. This is the one item. List of meetings will be added to your trustee calendars for your planning purposes. And additionally, we'll plan on HYA attending the board work session on the 7th to provide an update. That is one item that we will be action on, is to approve the calendar. All right, colleagues, I'm going to move on to this time. I'm going to move on to videos decided in advance. Mr. Gomez, Mr. Bennett, come on up for public comment on this particular item. After Mr. Gomez, we'll have Wendy Moore and Billy Gorney.
My name is David Gomez, President of Nevada Peace Alliance. This is hard. I don't know who hired this. I don't. Now, I went through this before with Dr. Jarvis, and I told you guys, well, some of you not to do it, not to do it. And now all of you are filling that map. People are here parading, saying, please do this, and they did it. That's what they were saying. I remember that. Be safe. Never forget. In 2019, BureauNews.com, Indian Rivers County School Board firm, which was hired, flop, sloppy, disorganized candidates, and other school districts who have been accused of sexual harassment and bid fixing. This is in BureauNews.com, 2019. 2021, Westworld.com, which also talked about the Daily Herald. 2005, 2015, 2021, Michigan School District, Illinois School District, Minnesota School District, Jefferson County Public Schools. The candidates had sexual harassment, mismanagement of district funds, and abuse of students in other positions. Now, I don't know what they mean by background check. Look, a turd can be shiny all they want. That's how I feel. You can make a turd as shiny as you want. But when it comes to this information, it's all on the internet. I don't have to make this up. You guys are responsible, and I'm holding you responsible. And God is holding you responsible. Yahuwah is holding you responsible. Jesus Christ is holding you responsible. We're dealing with children. We're dealing with my children. We're dealing with all my friends' children. You know, that's why my son, who's the youngest candidate in Clark County as a commissioner, is running, because he knows what it feels like to be one of those children under somebody's rule at times that are mismanaged and disorganized. He wants to fix these problems. I'm holding you guys responsible to do the right thing. Look up this information. I'm not saying fire them, but I'm saying check everything. Everything. I don't care what this gentleman said. I don't care what his firms say. I don't care what their consulting firms say. I don't care what they say about who's the best. They are not looking for the best. Their experience in the past have just said, you know what? We're just going to do bid fixing. You're paying $500, maybe $1,000 to be in this bid, and then all of a sudden you get picked. Are they qualified for us? We're Clark County. I'm a Nevada. This gentleman obviously is not a Nevada, but obviously you don't understand who we are. Please.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you, Wendy, followed by Jody, thank you.
President Garcia Morales and honored trustees. For the record, my name is Wendy Mulcock. On April 30th, the Virgin Valley and Moapa Valley Community Education Advisory Board chairs, myself and Ms. Jody Thornley, hosted a community input meeting for both valleys. You were all invited as well. The purpose of this meeting was to gather input from our rural areas to assist you in your superintendent selection. You will be pleased to know that much of what was expressed also applies to the entire school district. As a result, I recommend you include community input meetings on the superintendent search with your planning meeting agenda. We literally brought our community together in person. A broad representation in attendance included parents, teachers, former administrators, CAB members, community members, and local media. I've emailed each of you the summary of comments from this meeting, but I would like to relay the overarching sentiments that were expressed. Our new superintendent must be willing to negotiate with unions, understand how budgeting works at individual school levels, have a strong work ethic, have good decision-making skills, be humble and willing to work with us to address the problems we communicate to them, follow the law, specifically 388G, be transparent, have integrity, be trustworthy, trust their employees, recognize that our community is different from the urban Clark County, and honor previous district administrators' commitments to form a rural remote region which would allow local decision-making regarding grading, transportation, school schedules, budgeting, athletics, curriculum, professional development, etc. Many of these topics and more have gone unassisted by our district and our superintendent. This meeting gave the opportunity for our community to actually use their voices to give their opinions and wishes for the future superintendent. It was an awesome meeting. I wish that you could have all been there. Our community has spoken, and we are hopeful that our trustees will act upon our desires for our community in order to best meet our students' needs. So I emailed that to you. I recommend that you go and read those comments. And then I also have a copy of my public comment as well for each one of you. Thank you very much.
We have Dr. Leslie Daly and Dr. Pentecost.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Jody Thornley, Virgin Valley CAB Chair, City of Mesquite. Our two valleys have been working closely together for years, even though we're very fierce rivals on any kind of sports venue. Like, if you want to see a good game, come on out. And if we can work together, anybody can work together. We want to now work together with you guys to become part of the solution to our public education concerns. Our communities are very different from each other with unique issues all of our own. However, we have found more things in common. Recently, we got together with our past superintendent, Jara, and his chief of staff, Rafalski, to discuss our issues. Most of our problems stem from our distance to central services. On a good day, we are on the road for at least 3 hours to get here and back, and then whatever we need to do while we're here. We invited those two to come to our CAB meeting, and they agreed. During this meeting, Dr. Jara said, let's get smart people together in a room and figure this out. So that's exactly what we did. We got Chief of Staff Rafalski, our school associate superintendents, our principals from both valleys, our CAB, and community members met, and we came up with a plan. We decided that we would create a Northeast Educational Rural Remote Region within CCSD with satellite office hours. This would be a focus on being a cost-neutral endeavor for CCSD, but it would be priceless to us living in rural CCSD to have access to personnel that can make decisions quickly. We created a legal working group to research how we could do this without changing any current laws, a marketing group to create a PowerPoint to present to you, the trustees. Principals and SASs created a list of personnel needed for local office hours. Your Principal of the Year, Mari Perkins, was instrumental in this working group and had some fabulous ideas. We are prepared to present this to you at any time if given the chance. We did meet with Brenda Larson Mitchell, and she listened, and tonight she said she had a few new ideas. If it's not possible to get on the agenda, we would love to offer our services in any way, perhaps in some of these focus groups that were spoken of tonight. During this search for a new superintendent to ensure our rural and underserved areas of CCSD are represented and have a voice. We also request that whomever the new superintendent may be, that you ask them to attack these rural issues immediately. We don't have school choice in our area. We only have the 8 schools to choose from. And that's why we are so very passionate about improving public education for all students in CCSD. I'll leave my contact information in case anybody wants to take me up on it. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Lindsay Daly, and I live at 60 miles away in Loverdale. It's a great place to live. It is in Nevada. Just let you know. I'm currently vice chair of our community education advisory, or CN. And I'm a community member of our high school SOT team and our middle school SOT. I attended this CN community meeting because had input and wanted to see what the flavor was. And had every aspect of teachers there. They were pretty bright to get out there and start going to get a little intimidation. Let's see, interesting fact, just to give you a perspective, we're only 1.4%. That's the number of students. The number of rural remote students in per campus school district is 2%. Very high concentration of students. That puts our county school district as the largest rural school district. That's like you're going kind of wrap your head around how does that happen? When you consider the number of students that are remotely located away from the central services, we are the largest. After attending this this meeting, all the comments were good and valid. Oh my gosh, you guys are, there's too many comments to take, distill that down. And as I thought about it, I said, okay, what characteristics, and I wrote this down, does the superintendent need to help rural and remote students within CCSD? Because that's, we don't represent ourselves, who will? And so, why does that matter to the urban core? Because 98% districts. Well, communities are divided into many different demographics. And rural, remote, just I can go into any of your communities or districts and find multiple different subgroups that are maybe having. So, but this is not a beat up CCSD. She's got a big job. I would say 75% of CCSD, what CCSD does it well. With the 25% ethnic swordfish. And I'm saying that we're part of that 20%, like other demographics and stuff. And so at the end of the day, to distill it down to a one-liner, the new superintendent needs the leadership and experience to bring policy and regulation solution to the board to reach students outside what CCSD already does well. And to accomplish this, needs the ability to identify different student communities and solutions that fall outside what CCSD is. So that's 25% of these can run. And I'm happy to volunteer for it.
Madam President, members of the board, I'm Dr. Ken Cox. I'm the superintendent of the Orange School District in Oregon. 12 years and 8 years, and as superintendent of the Minidoka County School District in Idaho. Very familiar with the role that you have, along with the interim superintendent, first year responsible. It's important in my experience that decisions be made as close to the classroom as possible. That's one of the challenges that you face with having such a large geographic district, so many students, so many different areas. My wife and I left only left Mesquite at 2:30. Make sure we got here in time to beat traffic and all the others. It's a distance out. When I retired in 2020 and moved to Mesquite, one of the main reasons was because I woke up one morning to minus 21 degrees in southern Idaho. Decided I don't want to ever do that again. So I thought, well, maybe I'll just go on the school board. So I started looking and realized that Mesquite was part of Clark County. That I would have to travel 80 miles one way to come to a board meeting. If I wanted to have a campaign to win, I'd have to campaign in Northeast Las Vegas in order to gain that seat. Didn't take me very long to realize that probably not what I wanted to do in retirement. But it's important that, as you've heard, some changes need to happen in the way things are dealt with those rural students that are 60, 80 miles away. One example that really doesn't involve you, but just to give you a sense, before school ended this year, we had an entire hallway at Virgin Valley High School where all of the restrooms were overflowing, over twice. The district hired somebody to fix it, out of state from St. George, instead of hiring somebody local. Ski. Well, that's not your job. Your job is to provide direction to the superintendent. I always use the analogy that the board gave the destination and the superintendent was the commander-in-chief of the fleet. Each principal had their own ship. Sometimes it's easy for those ships to get off course, and that's the superintendent's job. Your job is to provide direction. And it would be imperative and helpful to people of those valleys and other places in order to provide direction for someone who has some idea of what it means to be local and have the opportunity to think outside the box and provide opportunities that resolve some of those issues without making them go out of sync. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple other. How many people, individuals are we, Robert? Oh, I think you right now.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees. For the record, my name is Jeffrey. Your tentative schedule for having this done is now mid-November. At least it's after the election. This board should not be making the decisions to the next superintendents. That should happen after the election and after the next board is sworn. You're losing at least 3 members and possibly a 4th. That should be done by the next board. People of Clark County should have a say in who's going to sit up on the dais and who's going to make that decision to our next. I will respectfully ask that you do not have or meetings regarding this entire search during school days, during school hours. Just effectively cut out 40,000 employees from being able to participate in that process. And given that it directly affects us, we should be able to at least have the opportunity to come and just. I know that we're not the only people involved. I know that there are a variety of different work schedules, and so you'll have to have a variety of different meetings. Make sure that at least some of those meetings overlap with our ability to show up and speak. Thank you.
Well, that's another one.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Crayon. I'm president of NEA's Living Matter. I'm a teacher in the district. A number of educators reach out to me about the 9 a.m. meetings. That some of us are very invested in making sure that we get a good superintendent in place. We want to attend the meetings. We want to testify during public comment period. And if it's at the afternoon, some people can attend. maybe not everyone, but if it's at 9 AM, none of us can attend. We're back at work on August. So I want to ask you to reconsider those 9 AM meetings because that completely eliminates the ability to any CCSD staff.
Tim Underwood. CCSD grandparent, candidate for State Board of Education. The professional classes put the Clark County School District into siege mode, have their fancy degrees, and come complete with the conceit of knowledge which puffs up their egos to monstrous degrees. They walk in lockstep with the progressive agenda that Nevada families despise. The laptop classes' contemptuous attitude to school families in Clark County is so bad that they openly make policies that harm school children and lead them to death in various ways. This happens either through the indoctrination of impressionable young school children to harm their healthy sexual organs or to hold their fellow students in murderous contempt for the color of their skin. Today, this married band of mendacious policymakers, the trustees of the besieged CCSD, strive to replace their failed superintendent, Jesus Hit and Run Hannah. The man this district foolishly hired cannot be replaced by another inferior superintendent who lacks the vision of the people of Clark County. Therefore, the responsible citizens of Southern Nevada demand you hire a candidate of excellence, drive, and educational ambition. The next superintendent of Clark County must be a reform superintendent, one who can guarantee he will bring CCSD and hence the Nevada K-12 public education system, since we pick up most of the state's students, bring us to rank in the top half of the nation within 4 years. That is the standard that is necessary to make impact on Nevada's educational quality. If he or she cannot commit to such a path, then she's not fit for the job. The school parents of Clark County care nothing about the precious plans of outsiders or of the professional class. We care nothing. We care about Nevada values, not those of Washington, D.C., or some other foreign source or any other main hub of political favor. We want Nevada values. So trash your violent policies and progressive pipe dreams, flush your critical race theory and gender ideology down the toilet. In the quota filling for federal dollars and the administrative funding of race-based programs that violate the Civil Rights Act, and bring back excellence to the students and families of CCSD, and return those saved monies to teacher pay and teacher pay only. Hire a superintendent who will make the Clark County School District a leader in the nation for educational excellence. Otherwise, you will go down in Nevada history as just another CCSD school board who failed their constituents and the school families of the greater Las Vegas area and who kept us last in the nation. Top 25 in the nation or bust.
All right, colleagues, at this time, we're seeking your and action. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Joseph, for giving us this kickoff here to this very complex process. I have just a couple of quick questions. So I have to agree with one of our public commenters tonight that I already noticed this. Our July 25th meeting, in the interest of transparency, and the topic says to discuss engage phase, participants, timeline, advertising, due diligence options. I'm okay with the 9 o'clock for that because it really sounds like a trustee work session, is what it sounds like. But the other ones, the content is listed, the topic is listed as October 9th, board initial interviews and adjudication. October 16th, 9 a.m., semifinalist interviews. And October 30th, to approve finalist selection. I would think in the interest of transparency and community involvement, which is really what is one of our primary focuses in the search. I'm not sure if that was who made that decision on that, but I would say that I am definitely opposed to that in interest of not excluding our educators, our community, our students, and anybody else who would like to come. So that's just a comment. A couple of questions real quick. We were presented with actually a very excellent presentation when we selected with a very diverse, both national and local staff. So are we going to be having Ms. Karita Adams and Ms. Leanne Montoya, who both have experience in this district. Are they going to be involved in part of this? Are they going to be receiving updates, interacting with us? And can you give me a little bit of insight on that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So right now, we will engage everyone. To start off, we've been really focused in just making sure that there's clarity and content in terms of the process. Once we engage, it's going to take all hands on deck to engage your community. It's very large, it's very diverse, and we're going to need to have everyone, all hands on deck as we work towards that. And as we go through the interview process, again, with 11 commissioners, we will need to have everyone engaged in it. And then it's going to be all hands on deck as we go for looking for candidates, looking at that process.
Thank
So
you.
yes.
Thank you. I like your phrase, all hands on deck, most definitely. So when you say that, you're talking about our local consultants would be a part of this process with us also.
Absolutely.
Okay, and on the 9 a.m., is that HYA's suggestion to make the meetings with these topics at 9 o'clock?
HYA will show up whenever the board tells us to show up.
Okay, is this the suggestion?
The simply is, yeah.
All right, all of my other two questions are kind of like lengthy, and I'll let you, my colleagues, a chance to answer questions. Thank you so much.
This is Laura.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually had the same question about our local folks, because as we talk about community and transparency, if there's already a relationship there, how do we strengthen that and use that, right, to have these community meetings? So thank you for that question, Trustee Vassos. And I also agree that 9 a.m. if there's something we can discuss, President, I would really see what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustees, Marcus Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph, for the comprehensive flow chart. I'm a visual learner, I love seeing it. So in the past presentation, I recall there was a mention of a data dashboard. So my ask, and it may be for a work session, but I wanted to go on record. Will we have individual, every trustee access to that dashboard to see all of the candidates that are going to apply? That's my first question.
Yes, so the board can decide collectively if you'd like us to have the dashboard. I believe we talked about having the website as well, and just putting everything that would be in the dashboard on a website. This is the board's preference.
Thank you for that. And the reason I want to do a follow-up to that is I did do a little researching online about some of your previous searches because you're so comprehensive nationally. I like to learn lessons and not make the same mistakes. I'm an educator by heart. So I noticed, and I'm just going to bring it up because it's on in the internet. Memphis was kind of a little bit rough. And you had about 21 candidates initially, I guess, or maybe I don't know the details of it. You narrowed it down to 3, down to 1, but there were some community issues. And I don't know if it was, could you clarify so that I want to talk about it because I don't want to do that. I don't want us to have that same lesson to learn.
Sure, you can clarify the question. I wasn't the actual consultant on the search, but I'm aware of Memphis in general. So I can.
In general, the readings that I looked at, it said that there was a search that had been started for their superintendent. Then there was a bit of a pause. There was potentially, and I don't quote me on this, but potentially lack of some community input. And there was not much transparency from the community's point of view. So the board pulled back and they did a pause and they did a reset. So I don't know, that's the context of what I'm asking.
So what I can say, from my understanding, all searches are different. And it's our job as the consultants to hear the board, hear the community's wishes, and move forward. In the Memphis search, I'm aware of that they presented a slate. The board reviewed that slate and did not and preferred that they go out and find additional candidates. So they had a slate, and they were, because the original conversation from the board was they really wanted sitting superintendents to apply. It's just like Nevada. Tennessee is an open, an open process. So when they announced the slate, there were sitting people who had superintendent experience. The board reviewed, the board decided they did not prefer those candidates that were selected. And then they went back into the community and they brought a second slate. And the second slate, they decided. So one thing that we do that's important, and I will be telling you the same thing happened similarly. So in Atlanta, we just recently did the Atlanta search. We had a leadership criteria. We presented a slate to the board interviewed. They had some challenges. It was supposed to be a closed search. Then there were some leaks that went out to the community and things of that nature, which endangered some of the candidates who presented a closed search. So the board stopped, recalibrated, did some training with the Georgia School Board Association, and then asked us to go out and look for additional candidates, which we did. And we identified Dr. Brian Johnson, who fit the criteria and went through the community process. So these searches are complex, and it's our job to know the community, work closely with the board, be the board's ambassadors, and give advice. But all we give at times is advice. So for example, as we went through the slate today, with the different options, there are some school boards that choose not to pay for background checks. When that happens, we can caution you that there could be a potential danger there. And it's always worth it to pay with background check. When it doesn't happen and then something comes on the afterthought, it's not our intent as a firm to say we told you so. We just say, well, that's what happens if you don't do a background check. There could be something there. We should know working up front to do that is good practice.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, because I think we do want to learn from that, and that's why we hired you.
Yes.
My last question would be, I'm encouraged by the amount of candidates that you've been able to garner for past searches. That means it's a wide net. I'm curious about our timeline. I'm curious about the timing of the school year. Most superintendents are sitting in their role. And so I'm wondering, from your experience, do you foresee that being a problem for someone that's already established in their role to consider coming to us?
I do not, because Clark County is a place that I think a capable, competent, accomplished superintendent want to come. And there's never a right time to leave, particularly when you're being successful. Everybody is angry. Besides the people that they're going to, I would say. But no, I don't think the time, it's not uncommon for a board to hire a superintendent that has some transition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a couple of questions. So on page 7 of 14, it talks about the stakeholder group. And so my questions are, one, there's existing list because we've gone through the process. So from the climate survey and flood conversation, how will those be integrated? Not looking for an answer now. I just want to make a statement. How are we going to use those? And then the list that is due on July 24th, what kind of information? Is it just name? Do you need a contact? Do you need a phone number, email address? How do you want that given to Joe? It's like you could get more instructions. I do appreciate the public comment, and for my other colleagues have said on the July 25th, 9 a.m. meeting, that one that doesn't bother me, but the other one, Also, looking at towards the end of the process, the 9 AM may not work for our community. I do want to know how we will get role involvement, Mr. Joseph, that I heard Ms. Stephen Lugandale, and that I know it's not an area I represent, but it's an important part of our population. And then the last one on this one is the 2.3 million that is in the Southern Nevada region. I would like to know from you, and you don't have to tell me now, a goal to reach, right? If we had this community input, then if we were to get, I'm just making it up, 80,000 people to actually participate in some way, whether it's a survey or a focus group, like give me something where I can say, okay, this is great participation and involvement. So just think about that. The next thing is on page 11. My questions on the background check is, does that also involve social media, like how we can go into that? I appreciate the public comment and do you want to consider if that is part of the research that you will do? And then did you mention if that was in-house? The background checks, or do you?
So we use an outside firm to conduct about background check, and it's very extensive. We cover everything, financial as well as criminal records.
And social media.
So social media, we do speak to the board and communicate to the board. Any social media that's there, we go through everything. We will walk through the board. So there are times, you know, it's as you know, when you are a public official, you have lots of entities that communicate things, blogs to credible sources to sources. We present it all to you. So we will just share what we've seen. If anybody looks on this candidate, here's what you will see. Then we will speak with candidates about it and try to work some contextualization if we can.
Thank you. And on page 12, Madam President, there's several decision points we have to make before the July 25th meeting, and so for me, it would help if all that was listed in one page, so I could be ready to share my opinion. And so, if that could be an organizational item, but I want to ask you, Mr. Joseph, in the Atlanta search that you did, how did they handle compensation? You could share.
Yeah, so the compensation, we had a meeting where again, where we talked about the full package. You know, a best practice is to focus on, you know, what's the dollar amount you want to spend total value. You know, don't sometimes, you know, not getting into the weeds, so just look at we budgeted $500,000. That includes salary, compensation, benefits, healthcare, everything all included. Like have that number. It's easier than, because when you go into negotiations, then you know where you are. We're not going to go over X. And but there are, you know, if I'm retired from, you know, a state, I may not need healthcare. So I may prefer the dollars that you would have allocated to healthcare to go towards something else. That's not a big deal for the board if it stays within your bottom line number. I think best practices for the board should really be clear on what that bottom line number is that you're not going to go above in terms of negotiations. It makes it a lot smoother than for the candidate. They know, you know, nice to ask, they're not going to do that. You know, and then here's what you can negotiate.
On page 10, when it talks about the advertising options, so did you say that you do this internally or do you outsource that?
So for the advertising, we work with entities where people go. So we recommend package 2 at a minimum because it allows you multiple national places to have it where people will see. We also have it on the HYA website. We have thousands of people that go to it because we post all of the superintendent searches in the country, whether we're doing the search or not. So as a result, it has very high traffic. But we, you know, we recommend that you advertise broadly so people know about it. We have links there. Get the leadership profile, easy to apply. You know, we want to make the application process simple. But we don't begin, you know, we don't begin recruiting until we hear from you what it is we're looking for. Because and that's very important to us. Because, you know, there are lots of people who think they want to come to Clark County, but they don't know, they don't fit the profile. And so we bring you a slate. It's incumbent upon us to talk to you about, here's how this individual meets the profile that the community said they would.
Thank you. Just last question. On page 7, the stakeholder group. So if one entity wanted to do a focus group, like in the rules, how does what is the time frame that you give to them, and how would that work? Have you done it in the past where you've been in a community where urban and rural?
Yes. Yes, I mean, many of our larger districts have suburban, urban, and rural characteristics. We do a combination of in-person and virtual sessions. And you know, depending on how many sessions you want, where you want, we will go where you need us to. It's important that people, where will we get the most feedback, where will we get the most engagement? You asked a question regarding the survey. Most researchers will tell you get about 30%. It's pretty valid. You know, that's what we're going to shoot towards. At 30% of the total population, ideal at a minimum.
Colleagues, Trustees and more. Thank you for that. Trustee Williams, just more, I'm gonna ask you to go back in the queue in a minute. Trustee Williams, and Owens, Trustee Swan.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks for your presentation. It's pretty, I like it because it's simple. It's very straightforward. I can't express enough how much I hate when again the presentation and it's 90 pages of nonsense. Doesn't make sense. And it's really hard for most people to understand. I'm gonna agree with the sentiments, the 9 a.m. meetings. This is actually the reason that we actually moved our work sessions to 4 p.m. so that community members can come to our work sessions also, because we're doing work sessions that we're discussing public policy that actually affect our teachers and our students and our staff, and they couldn't even speak on it because they were working. And so I'm gonna agree with the sentiments of 9 a.m. meetings. The reimbursements, I think there's a moment there and there's like a comment in there. I guess, can you explain that to me what the reimbursements look like? My concern is people will bid for this position because they want a weekend trip to Vegas. So.
My best practice would be to pay for the candidate to come. These are the screen candidates that you have interest in to interview. Most districts do reimbursement for their travel expenses, and we make sure we tell them it is a regular ticket. Try to do it as soon as possible. They at a regular, moderately priced hotel.
Yeah.
And we do not reimburse the food or beverage.
Okay, my concern is because the district sometimes gets scrutiny for the recruiting efforts, the recruiting trips, things like that. These do happen. Trustees go on trips because certain time frames. We're allotted a certain dollar amount, right? We're allotted certain things to pay for, things we're trying to pay for. What I don't want it to turn into is that we have 10 screen candidates that we express interest in, and we want these people to like come here and interview, and then we have $10,000, $20,000 additional that we have to reimburse because they went to Nobu, because we put up a dollar amount, said we'll pay for this month. I don't want that, right? Because we're fiscally responsible for the district's money.
And then as far as the community meetings go, there's your community right there. The rules drove 80 miles in to come talk to you. So I appreciate you guys coming. I always appreciate when you're here. And so, and that was my concern too. Gonna echo Trustee Samana Adams that it's very difficult for them to come in all the time. They do it because they're dedicated, right? But they're a small portion of a very large community that's out there in the desert. So, and they're just on that side, right? We have other rural communities in St. Clair County as well. So I guess just think that through. I don't have a question here, but I just wanted to thank you for getting right through it. Appreciate it. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, I appreciate this. And I appreciated the presentation because I am also a visual learner. I am looking at slide 10 and I'm looking at your advertising where it says we recommend package 2 plus olive and NASP. My question is, if you are recommending package 2, can you tell me how much it's going to cost us additionally for olive and NASP?
I can get you the specific cost. I can get you the specific cost of the follow-up. I believe it's in the range of about $1,000 each, maybe $700 to $1,000 each. But I'll give you the specific. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out cost. Okay, and then when you're doing your background check, I know this is gonna sound weird, but are you also asking them if they hold a fingerprint clearance card in their state?
Say fingerprint.
Clearance card.
It's hard to use. It's a little bit further.
Sure, it's something that it's almost like a background check. It is a background check, and every educator has to hold one in the United States. And it means that there has been an opportunity for the FBI to look into them. So my question is, if you ask them if they hold a fingerprint clearance card, because it's not just Nevada, they have them in all states.
Yes, I know. We give a very comprehensive data rate for the federal, state, and financial. It's a very detailed report that you will receive. Anything that's ever been done, it will show up.
Okay. All right. And the last question that I have is when you were talking about our interview process for the actual trustees, I'm not talking about for the superintendent, because this is something that is important and needs to be done. Will you be sending us the questions ahead of time so that we don't spend an hour clarifying questions, or is that something that you can do?
Yeah, so we will, when we have the interview protocol process, we'll talk about how the board would best like to leave it, because there are numerous ways you can go through an interview process. We'll discuss, we can give you sample questions in advance. We can have board members submit potential questions. We can have, typically, as best practice, we typically ask community members to send potential questions that they'd like asked as well. We gather that, we will present a slate of potential questions for the board to ask, and then we come up with we allow, the board has the right to decide how they want to do it. We just work with you to say, here are potential options and where you want to go. For us, we as a best practice, we always recommend to ask questions related to your leadership profile, seeing how people have put time into devising and developing and saying this is what we want. You want to ask questions that just directly get to what evidence do you have to show these things that our community, our board have said are important to us. But
Great, That's amazing. I did not ask my question correctly. I'm talking about when you guys talk to us, specifically, the 11 of us.
Yes.
And will we be able to get the questions that you're going to ask the 11 of us ahead of time?
We can definitely.
Okay, that's great. I'm sorry, when I'm not there, it's hard for me to connect, and so, but I am grateful that we'll be able to also mold the question. So thank you, and thank you, President Garcia Morales.
Trustees, I want to make that for the record here, indicate that the advertising packages for services is a reference material. Package 2 is $3,400. For nothing. When it's there's direct information.
Yeah, they know that she asked for, because package 2, then it's a plus hours and absolute, it's a different, so she was asking specific, she was asking specific, that actually is specific, I believe it's about $700, $800, I'll make sure.
Maybe 5,000, but 120.
Okay.
Sure, yeah, why not, let's, so a couple numbers, 520 numbers according to this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, teamwork. All right, Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam. Yeah, just a brief one. I agree that the community should be included. I also think there's a reason the process is mapped out to include broad feedback versus forcing people to come to give public comment at each step. So I'm glad there's an intentional focus on reaching voices throughout the community in what seems to be an unbiased manner to me. I disagree slightly with some of my peers about 9 a.m. meetings. Some meetings, like interviews, will have to start before 5 p.m. or will be ending at 2 a.m. And I think we can push the time past 9 a.m., but I don't think there's any way to start in the evening. And one challenge that I think this board experiences pretty frequently is placing value on feedback that's collected outside of the boardroom. So my question is, how would we go about, or have you experienced that sort of problem in other communities, and how would you go about addressing it?
Addressing the board utilizing feedback outside of the question.
Yeah, ensuring that the board recognizes the value and that it's truly representative of the community. If, say, you collect feedback and then a large group of people come to the boardroom and counter that feedback, is there any way to provide validity to the information that you're collecting?
Well, one of the things that can be done, and we'll talk about this in the interview protocols, is when you hear a candidate, and then there's the debriefing. You can debrief, focus on the leadership profile criteria. What did we hear? What did we see? What evidence do we have that this candidate fits this criteria? You can look at and compare candidates based upon what you saw, what was in their applications, so the resume, what you heard, and then have a collective conversation, come to consensus. We would work to help you come to consensus with that.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Susan Mora, do I have your permission to those members who have a chance to share their questions to you? Thank you, Trustees Parsons, appreciate you providing that. Personally, so Trustee Satori, I'm sorry, Trustee Watson first, all of Trustee Satori, and I'll take you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I want to say I appreciate the presentation, and I think most of my colleagues have addressed the July 25th meeting, and I will be sending in my list to so those individuals as soon as possible, way before the July 24th. Because I think that's important that we get those meetings and organizations in as soon as possible. So because I have some like overall community. So thank you very much. I will make sure that's okay.
Trustee Tori.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very clear and I appreciate that. My question was, when you were mentioning the compensation package, I know I've seen some data of, salaries and other large districts as well. But are you able to kind of provide us some comparable information from some recent searches and what the packages look like, so we can just kind of have.
Yes.
I want to go over a couple of things here, since I've heard you loud and clear, there's a higher student. There seems to be some agreement to shift the time of interview meetings over. 9 AM. I remember when we were discussing the structure of the meetings. Could you remind me, like, one of the things that I asked was how many candidates do you recommend that we have? And we also talked about the timing of the so they hour-long interviews, 2-hour-long interviews. So we can kind of plan backwards and determine it's not 8 p.m. It's 12 p.m. Maybe not 4 p.m. So you provide some additional guidance. So
It's definitely a discussion point for the board. Typically, an hour and a half is a good time to give you an opportunity to ask structured questions, then have follow-up opportunity. To feel like you've got a sense, particularly because you have a pretty large board, and you want every board member to have an opportunity to ask a question, have opportunity to have follow-up questions if that is needed. Diligence is very important. So, because your board is so large, and from an hour and a half to 2 hours each, I've seen boards do interviews on weekends. That's an option the board has to make things easier. I can tell you when we were with the recent Atlanta search, we interviewed on Saturdays, Sundays. It happened because they wanted the time, they wanted the opportunity, and because people had busy work schedules, chose to do that. That is an option, or you could choose. But I would say anywhere between an hour and a half to 2 hours, particularly if the board chooses to have candidates have presentations. Sometimes boards are interested, and the community is interested in seeing someone's work in action, actually seeing the presented, actually seeing the presented data, and giving them a scenario to address. And if that happens, so that takes time to do that, or have follow-up questions from the actual presentations.
So about 2 hours per candidate, and then how many candidates are to talk right now? But the same thing for other services.
I would say, so my personal opinion is that every great candidate that fits the profile should be interviewed. Like, you don't want to miss one. We can put an arbitrary number on it. If you had 20 great candidates, I think it's incumbent upon the board to see 20 great people. We'll present that list slate to you. I mean, of course, you want to narrow down. Typically, you'll see, hey, in the first round, you see anywhere from 8 to 10, if there are 8 to 10 people. Then it narrows down typically to 5 to 3.
It's fine, Stevie.
And then that move into that setting. It really depends, it just really depends on what your profile says, and how many candidates actually fit that profile.
Thank you. So, and one thing I want to be mindful of is 2 hours per more or less per candidate, plus with comment time, and if there's any breaks for members to stretch.
Yes.
To incorporate it. It feels like a full day already. I also want to note for the record here, colleagues, like me, I know one of this is contingent, we're making some hypotheticals here. Possibly, but now this could easily be a 10-hour day. And when it comes to that final phase of the interview, we may perhaps at this time keep it still at 9 AM, but know that as we get closer, usually those changes, the thing that we need to be mindful of is sure that we post it with a reasonable amount of time. That maybe, the team would compromise at this moment. If it's better to have this, meeting later, we may also recognize and do how long we post. We can, also interested to hear colleagues. Respectfully getting these.
And one of the decision points for the board would be, how do you want to, or how do you engage the community in the process? And that, understand, for county schools, that's gonna be thinking that through. At what point do you engage the community to be able to feel like they have engaged and talk to candidates?
I also want to be mindful, my colleagues, that there is, based on NRS, there are certain limitations we have. Compensation of the superintendents, and specifically, our superintendents specifically around benefits. And be reminded of that. Great, colleagues, I believe, and when I've heard loud and clear, there needs to be provide additional clarity to spell out what items need to be delivered on. So thank you. Great. Move forward to trustees and warrants, which is first, and then trustees for the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I have too many notes. Piggybacking off the conversation we just had about the flexibility, can we also look at ideas of maybe splitting those long interviews, like maybe like starting 4 or 5, 3 o'clock, and then splitting them in 2 days? Because I'm also thinking about us, right? We're working all morning, and we kind of just interviews. I really want to have a fresh, mind coming in and paying attention to everything. So is that an idea as well? Being able to split it. I actually really love the idea of weekends. I know it's a weekend, but we signed up to also do our job, and if that is a weekend, we're going to do a weekend. So I love that idea. So definitely seeing that that's another option, just splitting interviews in 2 days. I think I would love to see a little bit more of that. The other thing is, I think for our team, as we talk about CCSD's website dedicated page, I definitely, and I'm looking over there at our comment for people, if we can, my suggestion would be we can have it like as a tab on our website, because if it's anything CCSD, our community's gonna go straight to our website. I wouldn't want to have another website that they have to go to, just all housed in one place. And I think about Focus Kids, a project we did with our community a few years ago, I think 3 or 4 years ago. It was so easy to find all the information. It was easy to find all the meetings that were specifically for that. It was just everything housed, and I would like and suggest that we could just have it in a tab or, easy on our website to find. Another thing I had a concern about was the focus groups and the interviews and the timeline and dates that we currently have. So we have our online survey and our interviews and focus groups meetings, both starting on August 12th, which is also the first day of school. And my biggest concern is just us being intentional of how we have these meetings, because, first week we already know it's going to be difficult for our community, for our staff, for our families, anyone involved, with children starting on that first week. So I don't have an answer, but it's something that definitely I want to put on our radar of how are we intentionally make sure that we are thinking about that in that timeline as they're starting the school year. The other thing that I had is a question, is you, President, who will have the final say on what communities we go into? Is that something we will vote on?
That's the intention of the list gathering, and then determining group on 25th, maybe a comprehensive meeting. What pockets where we, that's a district.
And that's it, thank you.
Super, thank you. Trustees versus shopping.
give you a bottle of water. If you need another one, we're happy to.
Thanks.
So basically, I wanna go into the survey. The survey, I know that we can provide some customized questions to Mr. Caruso, to include. The survey, once it's posted, I believe on August the 12th, which would be our first day of school, which is gonna be public, which is a good day, because hopefully, you know, people will be able to advertise that. Will that be provided in multiple languages, or, and what would the languages be, so we have an understanding?
You tell us the language, we will put it in. We broad or any, there's not a language that, I've come across yet that we have not been able to. Just recently did the survey in Patterson, New Jersey, we have a strong personality with Arabic, Spanish, English. But they was translated on for employees as well as. It's important for both.
So we are very much that community, very diverse, and we need that. I think that's a conversation when we do our planning time.
Yes.
And I would love to have, I guess I'm looking to our personnel, the languages that are predominant, because I know we have quite a few in our community, and to have them have that opportunity to weigh in would be great. I would want us to be ready to have that discussion. I'm kind of looking at us. When the candidates are physically doing the interview with us, is there a process for the community to actually give us some immediate input as they're giving us their responses? Do you have like a note catcher? Is there something that they can provide feedback to us? Is there listening to each candidate?
Yes, we could, yes, that's something we could easily have, you know, a QR code for each person that allow, because it's a public process, could do that real time, pretty easily, gather that information.
I just wanna put that idea to my colleagues, because I think that's invaluable, because we realize that people may not be able to be there physically in person, so we wanna be able to provide a resource for rural communities, for communities that may be working. We're a 24/7 city in Vegas, so that's something I wanna kind of put out there. My last comment is, I like to do research. So I found Dayton's agreement with you. So really, it's not even a pressure for you. Well, actually it is. So in their agreement, it says that you guys would provide up to 32 one-hour engagement sessions. There's engagement sessions were defined as like interview, focus group, town hall meeting. What I like about their agreement, which I want us to consider, is that we can have additional sessions be added per the daily rate in the pricing section.
Yeah, so for example, in Atlanta, you know, 60 sessions.
And of course, that was a combination of in-person, hybrid,
Yes.
online. Okay, so that's an option for us.
Yes.
We will not be limited to that community engagement.
Not at all.
Thank you for that. No further questions. Mr. Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ramona, for waking us all up. Everybody has such soft voices here. We need some teacher voices here and wake everybody up, you know, everybody's tired here. So I think we need to talk more within what Dr. Joseph is giving us, and thank you, Dr. Joseph, for your patience and answering our very varied questions. And talk more about what we can do and what our options are instead of what we can't do. So when we talk about an hour and a half to 2 hours, it's our decision, just when we did, like when we're having you guys do the presentations. Mr. Caruso gave us a schedule of that boy. You know, I wish we would have him when I was a teacher. It was to the minute as far as when you were setting up and presenting and questions, etc. So if we want to save 90 minutes for an interview, we can. So in your past experience with large urban district searches, is it an hour and a half, you know, for the initial interviews, or the interviews shorter, getting longer at the end? Can you give me a little bit of feedback on that?
I would say, you know, an hour and a half to 2 hours gives you time to have the interview, have an opportunity to maybe debrief, have an opportunity to walk through candidates before they come in and get some specifics, gives you an opportunity to maybe ask questions.
So you don't have any like, you don't have any set fast protocols as far as like, because we don't know how many candidates we're gonna have, slate candidates we're gonna have at the beginning. But it's our decision as a board whether it's gonna be 90 minutes, if you do you guys, but it's to be 2 hours. And the other thing is, I really like what was brought up about the split sessions and looking at possibilities and doing different kinds of sessions. So, I'm not sure if it's LA Unified or it's Miami. I know somebody back in 2018, when we were doing that last surge, they had a meeting during the weekday, and then they had a meeting on Saturday morning, 10 or 11 o'clock, actually, really. And it worked out pretty well for them. The community felt very included. So, I don't know, I just, kind of throwing things out there that we can be inclusive, but still not hold ourselves back from being, efficient in this search. The other thing that I was really interested in is, what one of the trustees have brought up about compensation. Is it usually, for larger districts, is it usually compensation for travel expenses right from the get-go, from the initial slate of candidates, or is it more like semi-finalists or finalists?
Yes, so there's the board can choose to have first round virtual interviews. That could be an option. And then when you have your semifinals, or you might see the board's option.
Thank you so much, because I was just, you had me there, I was just getting ready to ask you about, maybe doing part of it, we have technology, that we do some of that virtually. I'm just gonna be very honest about this, I'm totally against the 9 o'clock in the morning thing. I mean, we don't have to make this at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, maybe we can make it at 3 o'clock, split it for a weekday, and then do a Saturday morning. But the 9 o'clock, especially with your very first page, when you talk about your back transparency, we have had some issues with transparency, and we need to work on that, and we need something to be able for people to trust us, be able to say, you're not trying to exclude us, we have the voice here. So I just want to go on the record saying that I am not in favor of, except for the July 25th one, I'm okay with that. Not the other ones where we're actually doing. And also to, who must have asked about the feedback, was it you, Ramona? Yeah, we won't be able to do that actual feedback if we're having something at 9 o'clock in the morning. I mean, there might be a small portion of people, but the majority of people will not be able to give that feedback, so. Thank you.
Because we'd like to have any additional comment, thank you, colleagues. I will ask, seeking a motion to approve this calendar with the understanding that there's a desire to reevaluate the October 9th and 16th meetings. 9th, 16th, and 30th. 9th, 16th, and 30th. Given that there may be a desire for there to be a later meeting. That's to be determined based off of what we agree to in terms of stuff. Trustee
Thank you, Madam President. I will motion to approve the calendar for the search with the intentions of looking at the October dates. And we'll figure out what will work for us.
Thank you, Madam President, and I will second Trustee Bustamante Adams' motion with that caveat. Thank you.
Perfect, colleagues, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Bustamante, please announce your vote. Trustee Guzman.
Aye.
Trustee Gross.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, guys. The motion has a Thank you for your time today and look forward to the ongoing collaboration support. Look forward to it. Thank you. All right, colleagues, we're gonna move on to. All right, let's, thank you. We're gonna move on to item 3.02, which says Invest 325. This is an action item of the 4I fully open up this item, I'd like to please request anyone who has not submitted a yellow public speaker card and would like to provide public comment, please do so now. Otherwise, once we begin the presentation, we'll no longer accept public comment cards. Like we turn it over to the presentation, the public comment and deliberation. Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening, President Garcia Morales, members of the board, introducer Mr. Mitchell. My name is Todd Story, Chief Communications Officer for the Park County School District. And we are here this evening to discuss the Nevada Association of School Superintendents Invest 2025 legislative platform and ask the Board of School Trustees for their support of this document. And I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Brad Keating for the record. To provide you with some historical context, during the 2001 session of the Nevada State Legislature, the Nevada Association of School Superintendents met with former Governor Kenny Gwynn to discuss the unmet funding needs of Nevada schools. At that meeting, Governor Gwynn challenged the superintendents and their school boards to become involved in the formulation of a solution to be considered by future legislators. Thus, in 2003, the first ever INVEST document was created. So assembled with input from all 17 of Nevada's school superintendents, INVEST 2025 before you today asks the question, what is needed to improve student achievement in Nevada? The statewide policy roadmap answers that question with 5 different points. Optimal education funding for the students of Nevada, innovation for a learner-centered and future-ready system, an accountability system that measures what matters, an investment in school mental health for students and staff, and statewide mechanisms to create safe and secure future-ready learning environments for all students and staff. These priorities are not only the direction all school districts believe is in the best interest of Nevada's students and school staff, but you will see later align in many ways with CCSD's legislative platform. We're happy to answer any questions you may have about the INVEST 2025 platform.
Thank you. Colleagues, if it's okay, we'll go straight into the comments. The comments. Straight to deliberation. And this is an action item, colleagues, so I will be a motion. Let's see this for fast.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is, has anything changed since last legislative session, or is it the same, right? Or is there anything different from last?
Madam President, Trustee, Interim Superintendent Dr. Mitchell, Trustee Bustamante Adams. This INVEST document has existed since the history since 2003. It is updated every legislative session by the 17 superintendents working through the Nevada Association of School Superintendents to reflect their wishes for the upcoming legislative session.
And is there anything different this year? Or is it they agree to keep the high level items for the need to improve student achievement? I don't think there's anything different, but I back and compare, so I'm just asking, help me out. Is there anything I should notice on this document?
Sure, thank you. Madam President, Trustees, Interim Superintendent for the record. It is quite similar to prior legislative sessions. I think the one thing that you'll see is consistent to funding and trying to achieve optimal funding. That would probably be the most important aspect of the INVEST document. That its existence and potential decided to target statewide and beyond.
Thank you.
Let's move on and Pittsburgh.
No, thank you, Trustee. Irene Bustamante Adams asked my question. Thank you.
No, I have no question. Thank you.
My colleagues at this time are seeking a motion. Trustee Wisdom. Trustee Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move to approve, item 3.02 to, the investment.
Thank you. Thank you, calling for the queue. Trustee Satori.
Second motion.
Thank you, Trustee Satori. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Wisdom that Adams, a second by Trustee Satori. Please cast your vote. Trustee Wisdom.
Aye.
Trustee Brooks.
Aye.
Technologies. Right, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Here's your time. Suspect that you will be here for the next item, just 3.03. I'd like to remind the audience of this and my colleagues that this is an action item. If there's anyone who would like to speak but not completed with speaker card, please do so now. Once we begin the implementation, we will no longer accept public speaker comments. And again, we'll provide implementation, go straight to public comments. And then go into the discussion and action. Thank you, Corey.
Yes, thank you. President Garcia Morales, members of the board, interim superintendent Larson Mitchell, Laboratory Chief Communications Officer for the record. We are here this evening to discuss the Clark County School District's legislative platform in preparation for the 83rd legislative session in February 2025. This platform is designed to promote the adoption of legislation aligned with the district's priorities for public education. This serves as a critical tool in the advocacy effort with policymakers, families, and all stakeholders. The platform here for your consideration was developed by the government relations staff over the course of months of meetings with departments and school district leadership. Now, Assistant Superintendent of Government Relations, Community Partnerships and Government Relations, Dr. Brad Keating will walk us through the actual conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Story. President Garcia Morales, members of the board, interim superintendent Dr. Mitchell, Brad Keating for the record. The platform before you has been crafted to center a student-first approach. We firmly believe that when students thrive, we all benefit. By focusing on students in each and every decision we make, we are laying the foundation for a brighter and more prosperous future for everyone. This strategy is grounded in bipartisan collaboration and transparency as we work hand in hand with our community to accelerate student success through legislative advocacy. It is inclusive of two key themes that you'll see on how we will approach our work. Number one, we are CCSD, one community for all of our children, emphasizing our interdependence as one community committed to the well-being and success of all children. Unity must be reflected in our advocacy for policies that support our collective purpose. Number two, an investment in public education. We're grateful to the legislature and the governor for providing a historic investment in public education for the most recent biennium. We will continue communicating the urgent need for ongoing investments to meet the student needs in the future. Keeping in mind that all priorities are crafted to elevate student outcomes, the platform is organized into 3 high-level topics. Number one, equitable access to high-quality educators. Number 2, meeting students' needs. Number 3, modern systems for a new generation. Within each of these topic areas, we've articulated specific aligned policy priorities. The materials provided on board docs reference.
In closing, we look forward to working with policymakers, educators, students, parents, and community members for this upcoming session and invite them to join us in advocating for bold action to improve high-quality student outcomes. I would like to take a quick moment to thank Patricia Hannah-Bennett for her tireless work in representing CCSD as the Government Relations Director over the last 2 years. Her focus on student-centered outcomes benefited the district and her students immensely, and we wish her well as she continues in her career. Please stand ready for questions or feedback.
Great, thank you. This time we do not have a public comment on this particular item. One of our colleagues have worked out. Great. Perfect. We do have two parts. We have Vicky Pridell and Ethne Sullivan, followed by Rose.
The interim superintendent and board of trustees meetings, Vicky Pridell, president of the University of Southern Nevada, and I'm teacher in practice. I read through the document about legislative priorities, and what stood out to me is your acknowledgement that in order to see good student outcomes, we must have highly qualified educators in the classroom. That is something we all agree on. What's puzzling me is that nowhere in the document do you mention efforts to retain your currently highly qualified educators. I see a mention of retaining counselors, social workers, other licensed professionals, though. The fact that there's no mention of retention of educators is not surprising to any of us in the trenches. I agree that recruitment is important, especially recruitment of more diverse educators. But the teacher pipeline has dropped by 45% in recent years. You cannot depend on the teacher pipeline to fix this problem. I've also been trying to wrap my head around your statement that CCSD is retaining 90% of licensed educators. I'm not sure how that percentage was figured, but just today your documents show 338 educators leaving the district. It costs approximately $23,000 per licensed educator to replace them. So just the separations listed today could cost the district $8,450,000. That doesn't account for the rest of the separations that have already been announced, as well as those still yet to come for this year. You can use this 90% retention figure to assure yourselves that you're doing all right in CCSD, but the reality is 10% of 18,000 is 1,800. That's on average 18,000 students going without a licensed educator in their classroom. That's a figure that should concern all of us. After this last fiasco with the salary scale, many of your most experienced veteran educators are ready to give up on CCSD. I hear it from people every single day. We need to see that this district is finally taking retention serious. You need to give people some hope where they will leave. So my question to you is, what are you going to do to give your educators hope in CCSD? Because without that, your educator bucket is going to go dry. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, interim superintendent, trustees. For the record, my name is Kurt Coles. I too was curious about the lack of retention in the legislative outline, as well as the lack of mention on where you're veteran compared to the ones that you're bringing into the district. As one of those teachers who got the short end of the stick, I am one of those teachers that is planning my exit. And I have had other teachers tell me the same, that I don't know anybody that isn't thinking about what they're going to do next year, the year after that, because the Clark County School District doesn't seem to care about keeping us. They don't care about paying us or treating us fairly or monitoring the behavior of their administrators in regards to how they treat the teachers and the support professionals in the Clark County School District. So I don't know, it just seems like this is something that you should bring up. You know, you go, look, we appreciate the fact that you put a record amount of money into public education in the last legislative session. You're going to need to do that again. And probably more than that, if we're going to keep the teachers that we have, because as Mr. Pridell pointed out, the teacher pipeline is drying up. Okay, and I know we've got all kinds of fantastic programs that are helping students in high school enter into the profession. It's not enough. Okay, this is my 22nd year in Clark, or in living in Nevada. It's my 18th year with the Clark County School District. I've seen all kinds of gimmicks from CCSD, from the state, from other states, they're not working. When I started coming to school board meetings to talk about the alarming number of vacancies that we were starting the school year with, we had 200 vacancies at the start of the school year. Okay, now we're looking at, 1,500, 1,800 at the beginning of every school year. We used to be able to find people that could sub and long-term sub to fill those positions. It wasn't that difficult to find, a few people to sell their prep to cover classes because we had a teacher vacancy. Okay. My last school had like 18 teacher vacancies. A lot of us sold our preps, I sold both of my preps 2 years ago. The year before last, I covered 147 school days on my prep to cover class because somebody didn't have a set. Thank you.
Gonzalez.
President, before I start, I know Dr. Galley wanted to talk on this issue, and I know he filled out 3.04 by accident. I was just wondering if he could be allowed to speak prior to me. If not, I'm prepared to continue.
Thank you for that. For the allowance, just one moment, go ahead. Please go ahead with your comment and now have taken for the next record, indicate that. Mr. Dowd, Dr. Dowd.
Again, just get us more of a oral issue. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I'm speaking as an individual. I normally don't speak on a topic like this, but I'd ask you to consider adding one thing to the legislative agenda. It was a conversation that came up in Moapa when they talked about getting services over there. And what it was is we realized that, well, the Moapa schools do very well. They have like 5-star schools up there. But the small school allocation at the high school, they had increased in enrollment to the point that they lost a teacher. So we have record funding that's coming in because Moapa and some of our rural schools had actually increased in enrollment. They were actually having less allocation for teachers because it's not just on a per pupil that they have. They also do the AB 469. They have additional given in because they're small in the same way that Lundy and the same way you've seen in other places. And so what I would ask, and I know they can go in more detail, as part of the legislative agenda with the Commission of School Funding to do this as well as the recommendation, is to ask for rural school funding in urban districts. It's because the biggest conversation Dr. Dara had in there and saying, if we fund it and give you a little more money, we're taking a little away from the city. And so I think when we do the funding formally, we've done very well on waste when we're talking about EL learners, when we're talking about pre-reduced lunch, we have the SB 170 that's all getting encumbered into the funding formula. But we really don't talk about the odd thing that we have both in Washoe and in Clark, which is a rural component in urban districts. They get funded by the state the same way as a regular school that we have in Henderson and North Las Vegas that it's base funding. I'd ask you to look at that. Thank you.
For the record that all was signed up for item 3.04. This is
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I didn't realize that the platform was where you discuss what you want. Sorry about that. I will need to talk at 3.04. What I want to do is mirror a little bit of what Ed mentioned, but I wanted to bring out some specific points that there is no state funding for CCSD for rural schools. That kind of comes as a shock. And I did not know that. And it may come as a shock that rural schools actually cost more to fund. Education, you don't have the economies of scale. Those are all, problems. It's a math problem. That's big denominators. It's going to cost more per student. And every other rural school in the county deals with that. And they get additional funding for that. Formulas built in. And when I first figured this out was in 2016, Superintendent Skrzykowski was testifying in front of a legislative hearing with legislators. And I had to take money away from urban schools in order to fund the additional money I need for rural schools. And they looked at the legislature and goes, so which district should I take it from? And that's a tough political issue. But the bottom line is people don't know that. So in interest of fairness for CCSD, they need that rural school funding component added to their, you know, to their budget. And we talked with Dr. Jara about that, and that got his attention. Obviously, it's something that should be done and dealt with. Yeah, that's pretty well sums it up. So, you know, somehow you work that in. I'm not the guru. It seems like it ought to be some low hanging fruit. It's fairly easy to justify. Personally, I would want to be in a position to have to decide what school I take money away from, because we don't fund it fairly.
Thank you. This time. Public comment is concluded. Trustee Elizabeth Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for this outline. My question has to do with the process of trying to understand. So this is a framework, and then from what I understand, the CCSD gets 2 bill draft requests, and you will select from these priorities, or how does it?
Okay, that's okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Just this one, we're on item 3.03. This is a legislative platform used as a board to say these are general priorities, organization. Then the following item 3.04 is legislative bill drafts. We will be taking ideally items from this legislative platform that we agreed to tonight. And modifications or changes to it, which we will all to agree to. And that will filter down to the legislative bill drafts. Is that my understanding? Any questions?
Yes, and and so help me to understand the process. So I think I agree that we probably need to put a stronger language regarding the object commission. So I don't know how that would fit in which category, but I do agree that it should be a critical piece of our part. And I know that it's included in recruiting and retaining school counselors. I think that we need to fit that in. And then secondly, my question would be regarding student needs, and I'm not sure if it fits there, but I know that the 21,000 kids that graduated just a couple of weeks ago in May, half of them went on to college and half of them were ready for the workforce. And there's a disconnect because their kids are sharp that are graduating, and the disconnect. So I don't know where that fits in there, but I just want to. I think that we can have partnerships to the employers for our kids, because they're staying, and so they're directly going into the workforce and to non-traditional path for their education or post-secondary. So I don't know where that fits, but I would add that if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Elizabeth Adams. And I hear you say teacher recruitment, senior retention is important. May I recommend that maybe your access to high quality educators. We do talk about the high quality classroom teachers and the ones who raise variable student success. We talk about the different maybe under that section, dedicate if there's an interest from the board, just based on shared to assign teacher retention. The other item is say student options. Clarify that item, is there, or maybe you want to come back into the queue after you can particular ideas for this great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Would this be the place where we can put can we get funded mandates? Because even though we have record breaking, money coming in, sometimes there's, they do policies and laws that become unfunded. So and I know it affects us because then we go from our general from other departments. So is this a place where we making sure things are funded?
There was an item at, during our last legislative priorities document section, document that included, requesting evaluation of the unfunded mandates. Am I correct in that? Do you remember these?
Madam President, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent, Dr. Larson Mitchell Chancellor, for the record. Yes, that was a specific bullet point in our session's platform that we would not support unfunded mandates. So it's whatever the board is in which we.
Here, trustee, more indicating an interest desire to add that to the section. Is there a particular section you'd like to add this, or maybe that's a separate section you want to provide recommendations? Separate section. Operations, for example. Yes. Or something along those lines of it. Thank you. Thank you. And my intention, colleagues, is for us to after everyone provides comment. We will go through and confirm that everybody who wants these items where they want to take. So, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. And I don't know if I can ask you this item or the next one coming up. But I was curious for our team, first, if you want to say, Patricia, you did amazing last session and it was great. But is there some type of coalition where you all come together with other groups that are doing some of the same work, that are looking for the same priorities, and then come together to the table, and that way we can all be strategic with BDRs and how we sit with that? Because I see some of the bullet points are very similar to some other groups that are also focused on this.
Madam President, Trustees, Interim Superintendent, Dr. Larson Mitchell Chancellor, for the record, yes. Trustees intent. Every legislative session is to work together collaboratively with our partners and stakeholders to ensure that the needs of the students are first and foremost. Primarily, a lot of that work occurs through the other school districts. And the other superintendents serve with mass, they're paid lobbyists as well, but working within the stakeholder community, not only here, they've also been a great partner throughout the years, but certainly meeting with community partners here locally, ensuring that we are working together collaboratively to achieve those ends that the board would like to see.
Perfect, thank you. Just because I think we need to be strategic, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's a BDR in place, right, that we can support and be more useful of that. I like that you shared about NASB, for those who don't know, is the Nevada Association of School Boards, and Trustee, just come like the Adams and I are both sitting on the legislative committee for them. So we are really excited to be able to talk about some of the issues. And just for a comment, one of the issues is money for rural communities. So that's really exciting. That one, our communities are aware that we need the funding needs to come in. It's definitely our top things that we've discussed in our legislative committee. So great, thank you.
Thank you. Steve, just take a lesson.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Todd and Brad, for this presentation. And basically, I know it can be kind of confusing, and I kind of like that one thing like that, another like that. But this is basically our overview, right? It's kind of like our big outline, and then on the next slide, we work through like what we'd like to see as bill drafts. I know I asked this in our briefing with the trustees as far as the retention rate. I had some questions from educators about that, and I did ask, and I asked if that was the current 90% retention rate, and the answer was yes. So I'm getting questions now on what kind of structure or rubric was this used as far as coming up with that 90%, or is it a different number now, or I don't know if Dr. Larson would like to jump in.
Dr. Larson Mitchell.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell, trustee Cavasso. So for the 22-23 school year, that's the last year that we have, it was 93.11%. And that number is driven from HR.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And the only thing I wanted to add in is, of course, it's going to be student centered, and there's a lot of things that are very similar to the last legislative platform. But I would have to concur with several people who have spoken today as far as trying to work in more of, you know, not just an emphasis on the recruitment, but on retention. And I'm gonna hold the rest of it for the next item, but thank you so much for the overview.
So we had a briefing, and before I go there, I wanna publicly acknowledge Tricia Haddad because of her ability to jump into the fire pan, I will say, in a new role, and you handled many things with grace and represented as well. So we are very sorry that you were leaving us, but know that where you will go will be very fortunate, and thank you for your service. So during our briefing, I really appreciated the fact that this is very student focused and very student centered. Not to say that things in the past haven't been, but that it's in writing to really address. And I remember the presentation from our students talking about mental health. So they was one of their top priorities. So I appreciate that now we're putting words behind the action that we're saying we're going to pursue. So having said that, and also hearing from our community and rules, it's evident that that's something that we can consider to add. I recommended the money be asked first. So I know it's just a shift. I don't know if that's something that all my colleagues agree with, but I think the fact that they did fund us so well, but it's not enough. It's not enough for us. And I get the expertise. You're the lobbyist, you know best. Maybe you're going to give a little bit of kumbaya. You were all community, which is very much what we want to project. But I think we need to ask up front for what we need, which is more funding, and for it to be equitable for all, role included, because it's definitely not there. So that's just something I would like us to consider. Not that I'm speaking as an individual, not as a collective body.
Thank you. Trustees versus shopping under meeting students' needs. Bullet points 1 and 2. See if there's anything that you'd like to make edits to or changes to. Support sustained pre-K 12 grade fee streams, and then second bullet point is to continue progress towards optimal funding via commissioner school funding recommendations. Maybe there's something in there that you'd like to, but there may be an appetite. So I encourage you to share that with us, or I'll leave it there. Something that you'd like to add. Please consider that your percent. Oh, I want to indicate here, actually, forgive me, I see that the under meeting student needs, optimal funding is the backbone of highly successful students assistant as we advocate for increased funding to reach optimal levels and opposes unfunded. That's in our thank you. Trustee. I'll go to Trustee Johnson and then Trustee Guzman and Brooks. Trustee Johnson. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much. What's the way that we can measure the success of the platform? I know we'll draft our BDRs. Is it just the number that we see come? Oh, and then the other thing that I think is important for us is how can the board help you be successful? Because we're active partners, and so we want to drive towards success. So how do we measure it, and then how can we be of help to you to make sure that we're seeing the outcomes come to fruition?
Madam President, trustees, interim superintendent, story for the record, Trustee Johnson. So there's a couple of different ways. The way that we've done it in the past is to compare the platform at the beginning, the board agrees on, the end of the session, we then go back and compare what did we achieve, and then we can see the number of goals, and whether or not we accomplished those goals. So the last legislative session did exactly that. There are updates that happen throughout the session, and certainly our team can refer to this in his past legislative sessions, where throughout the session there are constant debates to keep the public, to keep the board informed as to how those targets are moving and whether or not something's going to become a law or fall off of this. The one option that we haven't really looked at is something considers a scorecard is what the scorecard and the rating legislators around the platform set up, and certainly invest from that process.
Is there like a target measure that we would see say success? So if we get 6 out of 10, you know, that's not probably not 10, but you know, 3 out of 6 or 4 out of 6, 1 out of 6, what is, we quantify success? Is that how we measure it? And I know the scorecard would be helpful, but do we have a target, say like if we are 50% successful, we have seen success, or we want the biggest item, which is funding, we got that, and that's the one that we got, that's success. Like, sometimes it's helpful for us to set the target so that we really know, you know, so this one is most important. All of them are important. This is most important. And if we get this, we certainly have 1. But if we get number 6, you know, and we didn't get number 1, we don't see that as success. So the question, I guess, is 1, is there a quantifiable target? And 2, when we have that quantifiable target, can we just make sure that we are do the updates, like working along the process to get to that?
Madam President, trustees, interim superintendent, Marissa Mitchell, Todd Story for the record. So I don't know that there's an actual, we don't set a target percentage number or a certain number of goals. We don't quantify it that way.
Okay.
I would say that the priority certainly is always funding, and ensuring that we have funding is the first priority because everything else flows with that. And so if the funding is increased as we try to inch closer to optimal funding, we would see that as a huge success, because that's what that's how the platform and certainly with that to occur.
Is there other ways that we can be helpful along the way? So if you say, okay, we need you to help mobilize constituents, we need you to help show up at the legislators at their offices, or can we get some pretty clear action items for how we can help to move the needle? Because I like to, not that I know you all do a great job, and part of our work is to help you be successful. So if we can have clear outcome, clear next steps, what we can do to help that be successful, that will be helpful for me at least, so that we know how we can. If we're doing a baseball analogy, like how we help our own cause, we're a pitcher, right? So.
Pretty good, just sorry, I just want to point here. Thank you, Trustee Johnson, and for the gentle reminder again. And it's for quite some time now, and I there's additional things for everyone who's and it's reminded to ask for the school district through the process of working with the heavy lift. So yes, and there will be additional training or insight provided to members so that they how to best support work that's being done. So this includes this conversation.
Thank you.
Great. Trustee Guzman, do you have anything to add at this time?
I do, thank you. I'm looking at the document and I'm looking under equitable access to high quality educators. And under there, I think we could add where it says guarantee high quality educators are equitably distributed across schools. We could include and work towards retaining our highly effective educators. But I wanted to actually ask about that line. So to guarantee high quality educators are equitably distributed across schools, what does that look like? Because in my mind, I'm thinking of AB 469, and I'm thinking that as a district, we really can't do that. So are we asking for support and legislators to assist us in doing that? I'm just curious.
Very good. Thank you for that, Trustee. Thank you, Trustee Guzman, Trustee Dr. Larson Mitchell, forgive me.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. Trustee Guzman, yes, we were thinking of AB 469 here. We know as a district that our principals do what is best for their buildings and supporting their students. And so they're able to hire what they need to support their students. What does end up happening is that we have then some schools that do not have an equitable distribution of teachers. So yes, we were looking at how we could better equitably distribute teachers across our district.
Well, thank you. Thank you for answering that. I appreciate it. My next question under optimal funding, under meeting student needs, optimal funding is the backbone of highly successful education systems. Dr. Keating, are we including ensuring that the SB 231 monies are made permanent in the per pupil funding formula under there? I'm just curious because I want to ensure that we are advocating for that.
President Garcia Morales, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Brad Keating for the record. Trustee Guzman, yes, optimal funding obviously is the backbone of a highly successful education system. One of our top priorities is ensuring that those SB 231 dollars are included moving forward and become a permanent investment in into the education line.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's part of it. Thank you so much, and thank you, President Garcia Morales.
Trustee Guzman. Just to clarify, I want to recap that I heard you say under the equitable access to high quality educators, that first bullet point, we'd like to consider adding and work towards retaining highly effective educators. Is that still accurate?
Highly qualified, yes, highly qualified educators, I suspect.
And then the second item under meeting student needs, you mentioned, forgive me, what was the bullet point? You mentioned SB 231 continuation points.
Actually, I didn't. I just wanted to clarify the definition of optimal funding to ensure that I understood. So thank you for making me clarify it. I'm sorry, I'm a little off this evening.
You're good too. So you're okay. Thank you. Trustee, we're gonna move on to Trustee Brooks at this time. Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have any question or feedback. I appreciate the staff's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Circling back, I think that I know it's to keep it broad because it isn't. So I want to go there. Please don't let me go these. So help me out here. But I think that we capture it in the modern systems for new generation that our student needs are different and they are changing, and so it may be captured in there. Just like Trustee Guzman mentioned, SB 231, it's implied, but I think maybe where it says enable student learning opportunities grounded in innovative technologies, I don't know if that's where my comment could fit. It's, we know that all of our kids are not going directly to college. That's what I'm trying to get at. And so if they're not going to go into directly to college, it doesn't mean that there's not other secondary opportunities. It's different. So I don't know if it fits there, But that's what I want to put on the record, that that's what I'm interested in. And for those students that aren't gonna take the traditional path. I know I didn't give you any words, but if that's what innovative technology, then that's what I'm trying to.
Now let's work with what innovative technology.
I'd like our state of Maryland's trustees, interim superintendent Dr. Larson, should tell the story for the record. So we certainly can incorporate that. I think we can refine that a little bit to include your specific request, but what it was around ensuring that our students have the latest, that they're being trained on AI, that they have access to the latest technology, that we have current one-to-one devices, every student have a device in the classroom, and ensure that that continues, because largely that funding is going to professor. We're going to have those devices funded going forward in the future as well. So it's all around those innovative and technological aspects of student learning and instruction.
Trustee Evans, I feel like that may not be in line with specifically what you're interested in. I wonder if there's a room for us to potentially add a bullet points that's dedicated to ensuring that students, the services or support available for students who, as they prepare for college and career ready. I'm not sure if it's interested in capturing the interested in how what would be asked of the legislature to help us ensure that students are broadly prepared, let's prepare for life after high school or during high school. Any thoughts? I'm turning it over to you so you'll be open to discussion.
Yeah, I thank you, Madam President. I think we're getting there. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Is that it's college and career ready. It doesn't mean that if you don't go to college right after education, that there's no path for you. Right? It's just non-traditional. We've had those pilots, they've been successful, and there's half of our kids are not going directly to college. So I think that would fit, and I think that would fit.
Maybe under meeting student needs, ensure that we have maybe perhaps having optimal funding allows us to have neat programs and opportunities for students to access to a range of options in schools. That's right. I'm looking at staff story.
Yeah, Madam President, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Larson Mitchell, we could certainly incorporate that there as well. I think it would work in either, but if you're looking specifically at tailoring the education to the student, I think it would work that we meet the students.
Something to the effect of tailoring providing support, sustaining, or offering the needs of students, various student needs to become college and career ready. Remind me of what I just said. Thank you. That meets your needs. Just was my thank you. Let's see. I'd like to give Trustee Johnson an opportunity to jump in. Have you? Okay. Let me jump in here and then I'll go here in the queue. I want to reinforce and reemphasize the conversation around teacher retention. That was a major priority of the board and part of the negotiations from the last round that was not successful due to the final decision made by negotiations. So I'm 100% supportive of that particular piece, supportive of unfunded mandates, or removing unfunded mandates, ensuring that we have optimal funding available for students, especially regions of our district. and our entire state really, not just, it doesn't just benefit CCSD for the resources that they need. As far as the shop. Thank you. Give me, you're good to go. Trustee Johnson.
And this is for you, my chair, this one, Adam. For what we just talked about as it relates to making sure that we have pathways for students. I know that in the previous session, Assemblywoman Mosca work really closely with lots of legislators to make sure that we can have college career ready diplomas as the standard pathway. Is there something different we're seeking? I just want to make sure that we're not like duplicating efforts or like not recognizing that, because that is a big step into making sure that students are thinking about their post-secondary pathways. And I just want to make sure that I thought about that before we add more language for something that is a good thing. So unless we have a way to enhance what's already there, we should make sure I just want to think about that as well.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I will let you speak with that.
Thank you for the reminder, like having thousands of students look forward and the 600 or so that actually get passed. That is wrong. So no, I don't want to add. I'm very grateful for the work and moving us in that direction. So that is right on point. So if that's what student changing needs means on this platform, then I'm good with that.
All right, perfect. You got it. That's fantastic.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Duncan?
That's it.
All right, colleagues, it's still the additional numbers in the queue, so I'm going to recap the addition. The addition, it looks like just one addition based off of some conversation that we've had. There seems to be a desire to add language to ensure we are capturing the retention of qualified educators to section 1 under the first bullet point. Is there any objection to that particular addition? Trustee Guzman obviously suggested it. Trustee Brooks, do you have any objection to it?
No.
Okay. I'm not going to call for a vote for that particular piece, but I will ask for, there's no more discussion there. And I want to make sure, forgive me for jumping ahead here. I want to make sure that there were no additional additions or changes to this particular document than that one. I would like to request a motion from my colleagues that approves this item with the addition of the language suggested by trustees. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to go ahead and motion to approve the Clark County School District legislative platform. With the addition that you mentioned about working towards retaining highly qualified educators.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, have a motion by Trustee Guzman Adams, Trustee Williams.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. All right, colleagues, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Guzman Adams and Trustee Williams. Please cast your vote. Trustee Guzman.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks.
Aye.
Thank you. Your colleagues, that motion passes 0. Right, we're gonna move on, colleagues. So item 2.04, that's the 2025 legislative bill drafts, discussion and possible action regarding possible drafts being submitted by CCSD on Nevada legislature for the 2025 Nevada legislative session. This is an action item. And anybody in the public who would like to provide public comment on this item has not submitted a Peter Parks, please do so now. All right, colleagues, we are going to hear the presentation by that first and then move on to public comment. Great. Alex has been referenced as before I turn it over to staff, but has been referenced earlier is that CCSD receives 2 BDRs, bill draft for the legislative session. It's no different this year. And this is the point in time where we will take the legislative platform that was just approved by us and narrow it down to 2 items we'd like to request staff to approve as BDRs, so that staff can transfer staff work on developing the language to come back to. Speaking, please fill in the gaps.
President Garcia Morales, trustees, interim superintendent Dr. Larson Mitchell, top story for the record. Good evening. We are here tonight to discuss the 2 BDRs that the Nevada Revised Statutes grant to the Clark County School District. These requests must receive approval by the Board of School Trustees in an action item, and it must be submitted to the LCD of the Legislative Council no later than September 1st, 2024. Dr. Keating will guide us through the conversation regarding the issues of the board for its 2 bill draft requests.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. So building off of the INVEST platform and the CCSD legislative platform that we were able to discuss and approve tonight, it is our goal to hear the board's desires now for 2 BDRs, and we can submit them to the Legislative Council Bureau by September 1st. In the past, trustees have expressed some interest in various topics such as school-based mental health resources for students and adults, bolstering the teacher pipeline, expanding the PPP and the ARL programs, educator licensure, educator recruitment retention efforts, expanding pre-K. Those are some of the topics that have been discussed, but tonight is now an opportunity for Mr. Story and I to sit back, listen to the conversation by the board, and take that all into to hopefully craft up to 2 bill drafts that the CCSD would move forward with to the legislature by September 1st. So we're here to take any further discussion or listen to you and take notes and come back at a future date with final BDRs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Story. Colleagues, I want to take this conversation. Oh, forgive me. Public comments by Mr. Daly. Are we not? No longer present. So we'll go straight into deliberation or discussion, colleagues, and then of course come to an agreement for 2 items. 2 items that we can provide staff direction. I actually went on to, while I am so grateful that we have this incredible list of legislative priorities, and priorities are large. One item that I felt was really important to bring to light is the need to support updates to bullying statutes that allow students with substantial discrimination to transfer to a different school rather than a victim. Clarify that statutes are administrative. That can have a tremendous impact on our school district and our school system. Right now, individuals is often the victims. It is the victims who are students. And statute does not give us flexibility to make changes to ask the individual who is fulfilling to be transferred to a different school. So this comes up a lot during these expulsion board meetings. And those are some hard conversations that take place when students are, we don't often hear from the victims, but there is like an overcross there when it comes to supporting students who have been victims of either separately any bullying incidents. So I'd love the board to consider that as an item that's both a piece that can help us support all students, especially students who have a victimized by heavily and ensure that they have, they're the ones that can be uprooted from their school site because of an incident. So that's my one recommendation to my colleagues to consider this EDR, and of course, I want to continue the commitment to retention of educators, highly qualified educators. So are my two. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, first of all, before Todd and Brett look at me and I want to come forth with these unfunded mandates with that. All know that. But we need some help with this, but Dr. Keener already stole one of mine, I was gonna say, so I would just go ahead and state what I had kind of cobbled together, but I'm basically going to need some help with how we're gonna do this. But what I had written down is working with community partners, our community, collaboratively expanding on-site mental health services for students to include in-person services for tier 2 and 3 issues. We don't have that right now. Tier 2 and 3 issues would be like suicidal ideation and intent to harm others. Right now, what we have is we have Panorama, which is a survey. We have Care Solace, which is more like a referral. And we do have Hazel Health, which is telehealth, and it's very, very good. So I'm definitely gonna need some help with how we're gonna craft that. What I'm looking at here is the component from the legislative platform having to do with unity, with what you put forth and working together, so that this is not an unfunded mandate. That's the first idea. The second one is, again, what other people have brought up, and is also has been mentioned many times, and that's continuing attempts to streamline and clarify the application process for licensed educators, while also responding to veteran educators' immediate concerns, ensuring that not only recruitment but retention are equally addressed. So if we can somehow parlay that into it, and I've been keeping track of the VDRs that are being posted so far. We obviously, and I think Trustee Johnson brought this up, that we don't want to duplicate our efforts. So we can, if we can get other legislators, we get legislators to carry the water for us on some of these things, however they might structure them. You know, I don't want to use a bill draft on that, we don't have to, but those are my 2 priorities, the mental health and the streamlining and recruitment and retention, especially retention, which I think has been really neglected. I think we need to do better on that. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I heard you say, your 2 priorities are expanding, providing broader supports and mental health resources for students, and not unfunded mandate. Can you get back on the mic, please?
Can I get what?
Back on the mic.
Actually, what I'm actually looking at is finding a way in working with the community, with community resources, not just us, but community resources, because right now we do not have on-site mental health resources. We don't have on-site mental health services. I'm just gonna keep it simple. We did before, but we don't now. So, and I mentioned tier 2 and tier 3 because the resources that we have right now largely address tier 1 issues. And so that's why I need the help of these experts right here to condense that and to kind of bring it together.
Because my point was specifically around this item being under meeting student needs, the legislative platform. Bullet number 3, providing broader access to mental health resources. I hear you saying you'd like to go a little bit further than that.
Yeah, I think it'd be the in-person component, basically that we have that, but we don't have it anymore. But the other main component, Madam President, is that I do want to address, and I appreciate what Dr. King and Mr. Story have brought forward as far as the unified concept of working with the community.
Things that capture that, and then streamlining applications, of course, recruitment and retention, full-time education.
Right.
Hoping to come to a consensus for all this. Thank you. Trustee Williams.
I don't care if I understand. when you say enable safe and secure learning environments for students and educators, can you expand on that for me? What does secure mean?
President Garcia Morales, trustees, interim superintendent, Dr. Larson Mitchell taught story for the record. That is to continue to increase the security enhancements at schools, ensuring that we have all of the advantages to protect our staff and students across all the campuses throughout the school district.
Thank you. I think because, I know that they have to be, so I'll have to be kind of, they get the whole, it's go through. Go for it. So I'm gonna agree with you guys actually in the sense that the innovative technology piece, that's probably my biggest one. The actual words enable student learning opportunities granted innovative technologies. It moves so fast in the state of Nevada. I think if COVID taught us anything, is we rely too heavily on our community, and we don't have enough broader industries inside the state of Nevada, so that if COVID, something like that, were to ever happen again, the entire state shuts down. We don't have anyway, and I think we lost billions of dollars in a matter of months, and then it actually hurt the state next legislation. So I would say that one would be my number one priority, Madam President, and I would also agree with you that moving the alleged bully as opposed to moving the alleged victim, that is a mental health game that will mess up a student for life, because students, as we all know, internalize things as everything is their fault. And if we do that, then, there's this level of victim shaming that we may end up, inadvertently doing. And then I would always say the retention piece, because Trustee Watson and I were discussing, you don't close the back door on teachers leaving. So you can't really keep opening the front door because they're not staying. Keeping an outward proof of retention issue. So those would be my three pieces I need to talk about to you.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. We'll go back to you at the end if that's okay, to see if there's anything there to all of them together. Trustee Johnson, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. And process is important to me because it's hard for me to determine, it's hard for me to give direction around what might be most important if there's no way for me to be able to, because all of these seem incredibly important and they all seem urgent and can only do two things. And so I guess, is there a way for us to figure out what's the largest impediment to us moving the needle the farthest, and what legislators could do to help us the most, right? So that would be helpful for me if we came back, if there was a way for you all to say, hey, look, all of these are important, all of these are urgent. And if we did these three things during the session, we would actually see the largest gains, because if we only have 2 shots at it, we have to actually make them really take us far. And then the next session have to really take us even farther. How do we get that type of information so that we can then really I could make a better suggestion to you? Because what President Garcia Morales just said is incredibly important. Teacher retention, incredibly important, and. So is there a way for you to help determine, if we did these 3 things or these 2 things, this would move us along the road the farthest? And we know that legislators actually have the power to be able to fix those things, and then we would see the biggest gain from getting that accomplished. Sounds like a convoluted question, but it would help me be able to prioritize what's going to be most important, what I think would be most important in terms of asking you to do when you go up there, because you have 2 really big BDRs to submit, and you really want to see wins on. I would like to see wins on both of them.
President Garcia Morales, trustees, interim superintendent, Dr. Larson Mitchell, top story for the record. Again, going back to the prior conversation around funding, flows from funding. So that there is that option. There is also the option that, knowing that leadership, specifically the speaker, has his own program, and his own ideas for increasing funding, trying to get to optimal within 10 years is his goal. So you could also take the view that the funding piece may already be handled, and we just get behind his effort. And then we identify, is the bullying issue paramount, or is it the teacher retention paramount, and decide which of those two do we look at a differentiation between staff, differentiation specific for students, for the two options. Trying to narrow it down to say this one is the most important, obviously then makes it very difficult. And I completely hear what you're saying. It makes it very difficult to say that the things that the other people with the community identified throughout the process is right. But that's up to this board to decide what are the two that are most important here. We certainly are here to assist in that process. That determination has to be made by the board, and we can come back at a future meeting with additional input and research to help make that decisions.
I appreciate it, because ultimately, I think I would like to be able to know that when we are going to go and advocate for, we put our weight behind our 2 BDRs. When those hit, when we win on those, we know we take 2 really big steps forward. That's set us up for a lot of long-term success. And again, not that the rest are not going to be important. They all are important. I think we have to do the calculus of what will help us make the biggest stride, given where we sit today, what we want to accomplish as a district. So I didn't give an answer, but I gave, I guess, a way to think about how we want to make what's most important.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. I don't want you to leave something back on. It's okay in a minute. I don't want to miss the opportunity to indicate and share, like, this is why seasoned members of the board have been through several legislative sessions and actually speak to the things we've seen. This is I would encourage us to lean on members of Trustee Gavassos, who has had 4 legislative sessions under her belt. So has Trustee Brooks. Trustee Brooks led the NASB, Nevada Association of School Boards legislative committee last year. Trustee Usman Adam is currently the chair. For Trustee Zamora, also participated in NASB. There is a collective wisdom that exists and I encourage us to eat off of their knowledge and experience, given that they are very attuned to some of our legislative priorities that we've seen over the last several sessions, and district has had a mixed a success based off of really also who's in office and you know a variety of things. So I share that with you just as an additional context. I actually would like to invite Trustee and Trustee Usman have a broad range of experience as well in this area. There's been a lot of space, really great for that. Trustee Brooks, can you jump in the queue? I would love to think that it's maybe timely given your knowledge and experience as well on various aspects of the priorities of the district. Do you have any particular insight on that and insight about what priorities you'd like to support?
I think it's really a mixed bag when we talk about the legislative session, because it really does depend on who's in office and what they want to focus on as well. I think this is pretty broad, and a lot of these are so broad that they're probably already going to be carried by people. I think for me, the ones that I think would get us the farthest, based on just the history of the district, is guaranteeing high quality educators are equitably distributed across schools. As everybody knows, there are some schools, especially in the urban core, that have consistently had vacancies, while other schools don't experience that. And it's really challenging in a system, because those are the students that have the most needs and have the greatest poverty, it tends to be. I would also say, I could be supportive of the bullying statute. I think that that's probably something that a legislator, it would be easy to get someone to probably carry that. I think another really big win that would have long-term gains would be streamlining data collection and reporting processes. I know that, there's like 4 or 5 different accountability systems. People don't understand metrics, and we also have these new metrics coming out for aging accountability, which will be completely new thing. So like we keep adding these reports and this data collection, and a lot of times it's not used, and it just creates additional work for staff, and then you focus on so many things that you focus on nothing. So I think if you cleaned up that and you had a mechanism to make sure teachers were distributed in a lot of the schools that are really struggling, to me, that's where I think the biggest gains would be made.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson, you good for now? Since I went with Trustee Brooks, Trustee Guzman, do you have anything you'd like to add this?
I just would like to have some clarification because I think Trustee Cavazos and I when we're looking at the mental health services, I think we're on the same page. So I was just kind of going to ask the funding for tier 1, for tier 2 and tier 3, those mental health services, is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking specifically for, I don't know that we can have a PDR for community, but I think we could have a PDR for engaging the community and funding tier 2 and tier 3 services. So I need some clarification on that.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And Trustee Guzman, yes, you are in the same ballpark that I am, and that's why I started out with the very first sentence, unfunded mandates are bad, and that I would need some help from our government affairs people to try to put that together. So yes, that point that you brought up about the funding is absolutely correct.
Okay, great, because that was one of the things that I had. So we're together on that.
Right.
And then I didn't have this, but I have heard about this. President Garcia Morales, the cyberbullying, is that the victim of the bullying stays at school and the bully is sent away? Is that, kind of changing that legislation so that it is more victim friendly? I just want to ensure that that is what you were thinking.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. And yes, that it is supportive of individuals. I'm looking actually at Dr. Marcy Mitchell because I don't want to inform the board. It is absolutely shifting NRS to be more supportive of students who have been victims. Oh, Trustee, come back. Nope, Dr. Larson Mitchell. Did I capture that correctly?
Madam President, yes, you did.
That helps.
Great, I would be supportive of those two. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Back here. May I? Trustee, may I have your permission, Trustee, for some items to allow members to thank you. Trustee Watson.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say thank you to both Mr. Keating and Mr. Story. I think that first and foremost, we really have to get the funding in order to do other activities, especially regarding
How vacancies need to recruit and retain. As trustee, we're not discussing. I know that we've been recruiting and according to Dr. Bernard Mitchell, we have been recruiting. And I think that meeting the students' needs is going to be that up. I think that the referendum services. I think those two are in.
Thank you. Trustee Watson, you mentioned, clarify, recruitment and retention, and prioritizing mental health, wraparound support, is that accurate?
Thank you, Madam President. That is correct.
Great, thank you. Let's see. Oh, it's something to go back into the queue, the regular queue. I'm sorry for creating confusion. I appreciate your grace and patience. Let's get them on the items.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say, express my gratitude, for you guys. I need to listen to all 11 of us. I'm appreciative of that and for your team. As we work through this, I just want to say that, in education, there's so many bill drafts, right? There's already some on there. There's going to be a plethora of more coming, so I don't want to add to the complexity, but for R2, if like Trustee Johnson said, for us to get the win, support, the mental health wraparound support, and then also because I think that the optimal coming from the commission on budget, and so I just think they have to be strategic, and you guys know the lay of the land, and so I would be but we have to be strategic, and I know that there's so many BDRs. If we can find other people to support the work that we want, that would be easier and so just thank you. I appreciate your work that you guys do.
Thank you, Superintendent Adams. I hear you saying mental health wraparound services along with, as your first one being the discussions around victim achieving statute to support victims versus police. Thank you. Trustee Sparks,
would a BDR be required to change the statute for the bullying? So that would be necessary. So I'm going to make it quick. My two, because I did in my briefing express already, Mr. Keating, you're aware. I believe the State Department is already going to be rolling out some social emotional learning standards. So I think we need to really think strategically about how we're going to train our personnel down the road. Not that that's a BDR, that's our that is a thing we should be doing in the future because that's happening. So student mental health is the tier 2 supports, specifically site-based mental health on campus and or hubs. Not every school maybe can afford, but if it was something that was provided in funding, then it's something we could look at perhaps future that or other schools to be able to have access to it. And then my second would be the retention and improvement of highly qualified teachers. I mean, we all know in research, it's the teacher in the classroom that is truly the first and most impactful for student achievement.
Thank you, Trustee Sparks. Trustee DeWarn.
Thank you, Madam
Forgive
President.
me, I'm sorry, Trustee DeWarn. That was interrupted. I want to confirm that I heard Trustee Sparks from again mention how as a priority and teacher retention. That's what. Please forgive me, Trustee DeWarn.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one question first. If there's a bill in place, do we vote on if we support it during legislative session?
That's something that the board will, and who makes that decision, how is it?
Madam President, Trustee, Interim Superintendent of Course, and story for the record. We do not come back with lists of bills one way or the other to take a vote on. What we do is we look at whether or not it's aligning with the platform. And then if we see that something negative is happening, or something positive is happening, according to the platform that you all decided, we can then come back and do lobbying strategies, stakeholders, partners in the community, your relationships come into play as well. And so it becomes the strategy of the team to then use all of those resources to either help a bill succeed or fail. But we don't come back to take the approach and strategy is based on platform.
Trustee Brooks actually brought up a really good point of there's a lot of these issues that a lot of folks will be focusing on. Right? Students like Adams mentioned, there's already 8 education bills as BDRs right now, and we're only in July, and there's one about governing school boards, right? So there's a lot happening, and there's a lot of the same themes. It's about mental health, about pre-K, and it's a lot of things we're already talking about. So I do want to be very strategic about what we decide to do. Choosing two, that could be really difficult. It stresses me out a little bit, gives me anxiety because there's so many issues to tackle on, right? But one thing I definitely wanted to mention that it's really not common that we hear during session is some of the after school programs and funding for that. I know yesterday there was an event and we were excited that we have a new building, for our east side. But how can we expand that for other districts, right? Programs like that. How can we make sure that students can get there? So I actually want to pitch something around funding after school programs with transportation, because I recently attended early child care and just children and summit, and they talked about after school programs and how there is some after school programs here and there, but I think one of the biggest issues that we miss is how are students getting to those places? How are they getting from the school to the rec center, community center, wherever these programs are happening? So if there's a way we can expand funding for after school with transportation, these are the interesting. I don't know if those who are people right now are paying attention to. And my second would be recruitment and retention.
Right here, your first being after school resources, opportunities, with participation. With the thing on that one, it's first one, and second one is teacher recruitment and retention efforts. About this after school transportation under the current legislative platform. Where do you see that fitting in all the top tiers that we can make sure that we capture it correctly? Is it under support sustained pre-K and grade 12 education experience and review student needs, or do you? Yeah, so
I originally did see it that way because we become a K-12 student. I was thinking elementary students. That's what my mind.
So is your request maybe more focused on ensuring that there's adequate funding that will help us provide services to support students based on the needs of the organization? Thank you. I'm the thought bubble of my head. I appreciate you seeing that. And then is the outlook, do we have as a district, do we oversee after school programs? I think the answer is no. Maybe support program. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. So those are some things.
No, it's good brainstorming, and I'm looking over at
Dr. Mitchell.
yes.
All right, thank you for catching that.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. Some of our after-school programs are community-based, but some of them are run and operated directly by the school. So it's mixed.
Reducing maybe that there are resources, in order for there to be after school programs, there needs to be resources, funding. Ooh. Yeah, a lot of people in here, so. Forgive me, Trustee Zamora, you had some thoughts around that? Around the, ensure that there's equitable, support. Funding, excuse me, equitable funding for students of the offered programs that are special like after school. And I put yours number one as what I heard you say in the after school or funding, equitable funding. Thank you, just appreciate you being with me. Perfect. We move on to Trustee Johnson.
All of the dialogue has been incredibly helpful. So thank you to the colleagues. Actually, really appreciate people's initial framing of thinking about like, you know, leveraging resources in terms of having others who are already going to do some of the same work. So why do we work with them? But it really made me think about what is our core business and like what are we supposed to do? I asked the question like what's going to get us the farthest, the fastest? And one of the things that's on our list is support ongoing implementation of higher quality tier 1 instruction in literacy, math, and science. And that is what we do. That is the core of what we do. So all the other things I think are really good to have and nice to have and incredibly urgent. And when we have that, and when that's done well, student achievement, which is the bottom line, actually increases significantly. So I think if we could put that as our that's my number one priority. And so like having that as a way, like figuring out a way to create a BDR that encompasses getting that to where we want it, like what we need from it. And then the second would be teacher recruitment, development, and retention. So those two things combined, I think, again, are the core of our business. Nobody else is going to have that level of concern about that the way we do. And nobody else, in my opinion, can describe those things and really bring that to life in the way that we can, because that's what we do every day. And so asking somebody else to carry that, I think doesn't make as much sense. But if we say the first thing that we want to put our shoulder behind is tier 1 instruction, because that's what we have to do every day. And then developing, retaining, and recruiting the people who are going to deliver said instruction seems to me to paint a good picture.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. I hear you saying your number one is supporting ongoing implementation, quality care and instruction, and your science, and two is their retention. Retention and development. It's not that it's a new. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right. Look at the glory.
Yeah, soon. With an absorbing, I would say, I would agree with Trustee Bustamante, Adams, evaluation there. I'd agree with her on the bullying and mental health. I think that a lot of the things that she had said are going to be encompassing some other things. So to me, those were my thoughts.
Very important. I think it is. Thank you, Trustee Satori. So I hear you're a teacher recruitment and retention on followed by bullying. Mental health and bullying, teacher recruitment and retention is probably my number 3, but I kind of maybe please, then you might. These are some pretty specific items that I think. You said mental health.
So there's one. Also more specific, is some of the other ones, all those seedman partner are a little broad and vague, so that to try to get some things.
Thank you for this, appreciate that. So to recap, I have, number one is mental health, number two is bullying. You added another one, is teacher. Let's see. I'm gonna go back to you for a second. You mentioned equitable distribution of schools. Does that mean teacher recruitments? Retention?
That was the bullet point for making sure that the district could distribute teachers in school.
That's specifically, that's different from retention. Although.
Yeah, I could be supportive of that though.
Okay. So that I see as your number one. Followed by. You mentioned streamlining of data and accountability, and to number two, and bullying. Right, more victim friendly.
Given the feedback from other people, I think bit of the bullying and the teacher recruitment. So I have some hesitation given how teacher recruitment efforts or teacher retention efforts went last session. I'm not sure that the board would want to relive that.
Thank you for that. Reminder, if you'd like to step, just step help us refresh our minds. Teacher recruitment retention was an item. As a PDR last session. Can you give us a
President, Trustee, and Mitchell, top story for the record. What Trustee Brooks is referring to is the teacher retention and recruitment bill from last session that sought to streamline the application process, knowing that that has been a hurdle for many years in the state. It's our understanding that the Department of Education is working. We are working with them to help streamline that process. They were given additional funding in the last session to work towards adding additional staff to make that process go faster. So part of it was addressed. But then we were also looking at some of the reciprocity questions when it came to licensure from other states around the country. And so those were parts of that.
Mr. Brooks, did you have anything else to add to that?
And what I'm really referring to is SB 231, which the intent was to encourage people to be retained. And I don't think that was, I think when you are going to put an idea out there, you should be aware that that idea can morph into something that is not necessarily productive. So while I am supportive of retention, if it looks like SB 231 and we spend all of our time fighting with our union about it, then it's not really very.
Particular piece of that feedback. Colleagues, based off of what I see here, based off of everyone, I did their first and second. I'm gonna go down the road here. Out of the 11 of us, 7 of us indicated mental health being one of the top 2 priorities. The following was teacher recruitment and retention, development, assignment, development with an interest. I actually need to check that out. Given our discussion, our feedback that was just provided to us, does anybody have any objections to including development and teacher recruitment and retention efforts? Trustees, Myron Brooks. Hear any objections, so I will keep carrying that forward. I have a point of clarity actually from my colleagues who did support teacher recruitment and retention. The one of the items, as we heard earlier from staff, mentioned that the guarantee of high quality educators distributed across schools. Are we incorporating that through 8469? Are we incorporating the reevaluation of AB 469 in teacher recruitment and retention. I guess Trustee Watson and Trustee Brooks. You mentioned that it being here number one, Trustee Johnson, and as far as it's dropping in, Trustee Cavazos, because I'd love to hear from you all if there is any objection to including the evaluation of AB 469 to ensure that students at high quality educators are equitably distributed across schools. Forgive me, I think Trustee Guzman. No, forgive me, Trustee Guzman. Have one two separate places. So is there any objections to the addition of AB 469 language? Trustee Cavazos?
Can you clarify, can you say that again, President? You said to include you said the evaluation of?
Thank you, Trustee Carlon. When we originally, let me back up for just a second. When we, the one modification that we made to the website platform was to language under equitable access to high quality educators, the first point, work towards retaining high qualified educators. The intent of this first piece of this item included evaluating AB 469 as the opportunity for us to help support an equal distribution of qualified educators. So I guess maybe I should have made that clear earlier when I'm supportive of teacher recruitment and retention efforts. A huge part of it is to do with ensuring that there's an equitable distribution of highly qualified educators that's supported by the district, not exclusively only owned by campus administration. Just for buses.
I'm not sure that you answered my question exactly. I did understand what you were talking about on the previous approval. I'm going to defer to my colleagues right now, just if they have any objections. I'm going to go ahead and listen. Thank you.
So here's an example. If we were to think and consider about retention and recruitment for teachers, and I don't want to go into the CBA or the union at all, but is there a possibility for Title I schools to have that opportunity to provide incentives like in the past, which is this we lived it when it was created under Governor Sandoval, provided funding for Zoom and Victory schools. And that was a useful thing. I know we're doing some of that now, but it's not just about the money. But creatively, those incentives might be an example of how to recruit and retain schools in our more underserving communities that have highest vacancy rates. So I don't want to touch us changing or challenging anything about AB 469. So I'm just trying to give an example of what's possible.
Trustee Marshall John, so I agree with saying that instead of like the teacher recruitment and retention is more focused on what incentives we can potentially provide to schools that have highest need.
That is one example, but I don't know that we need to get into solutions of it right now. I'm talking about, I don't want any kind of language challenging AB 469 because it provides schools in law to have the autonomy to do their best. I would say it's on the ground to get most highly qualified educators on this.
Thank you for that. That may change. If that is the role of the board, I think I may need to reevaluate my support of the teacher recruitment and retention, especially because while I was reminded just a second ago that we did have this priority of the session, there is work that's happening in the Department of Education, which is incredible. Reminding them again. Some of that work is already advancing. The greatest challenge that I have is that while I know it is a law, and I certainly don't wanna mess with it. It's good. It actually is not all good because there are elements of it that are making it difficult for my community to have qualified educators. If you in your community, for example, or any other community, the administrator can choose how many qualified educators are in. That makes it difficult, and they should absolutely have every right to be able to. And I don't know what this actually looks like, but it looks like the district being able to set parameters or say, instead of having 15 learning strategists, for example, you need to have X number of educators to the classroom size. That AB 461's ability to provide administrators carte blanche access to hire as many educators as they'd like to, or license category makes it difficult for communities of mine who may have greater needs, and if these things can become problematic, as Trustee Watson earlier shared earlier. There's a serious gap in our community. I certainly want the district to be able to provide additional guidance and support to ensure that these needs are met for students. Ultimately, services for this. I'm supportive of the teacher recruitment and retention efforts when it's coupled with some sort of additional guidance or evaluations from the district to ensure that qualified educators are placed in schools that have the greatest need. I think I'm going to ask if there are any objections to that. I heard one of them. Yeah, heard objections to that. Is there any other objections or modifications?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a little confused with the direction you're going, but I think, please hear me out. With the high vacancies in my area of town, our area of town, right? Madam President, I think that if we can recruit and retain, then AB 469 is not the be all and end all. It is a process. It's not the be all and end all. Hiring, recruiting, and retaining is what is going to be needed, and I think there's some discussion I didn't quite grasp regarding 231, and it's only $2 million. So I'm just not sure how that played a factor in deciding what is going to be an issue or a priority. It didn't quite gel for me.
Thanks for providing that feedback, Trustee Watson, and for sharing your piece around the importance of recruiting and retaining educators and how that would, like, maybe if we had more recruitment and retention efforts, the person would be a non-issue. What are you saying?
Thank you, Madam President. What I'm saying is that recruitment and retention is a priority for me. 8469 never entered my mind.
Yeah, and I thank you for that. And the reason I brought up the language in university was that because that was part of the original bullet points. That we, not the actual language, but the spirit of evaluation of how to ensure that we provide highly qualified educators, and they're equally distributed across schools. That is that's what spoke to me when it came to also ensuring that we work towards retaining highly qualified educators too. Because that's what we agreed to. Just a second. Trustee Brooks, earlier you mentioned the connection between teacher recruitment and the $10 million SD's degree one. Can you close the gap for us in terms of knowledge there?
What I was saying was that bill was actually pushed under the guise of retention, as though it was going to do some good for retaining educators, and it didn't really work out. Spent a lot of time fighting needlessly. But what I wanted to chime in is I wanted to actually advocate for the students in your district, because I know the problem that you're speaking of. And I know that schools in North Las Vegas have a lot of vacancies, and schools in places like Summerlin don't. And the reason they don't is because they're able to fundraise, or they're able to dedicate more resources, and they're able to have more teachers than what the district would normally allocate. So I understand your problem, and I want to advocate for you, and that's exactly why I think it's important to look at the language in the law to make sure that the students who need high quality teachers and that are in high poverty schools, that they have the teachers that they need. And I don't think it's very fair to not have some mechanism to ensure that happens.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Williams?
Madam President, I just want to be careful of us saying like, retaining high quality teachers. North Las Vegas schools, North Las Vegas, both mine and Trustee Watson's area, and we just, have a discussion over here where it's, we can't retain a lot of teachers there because we have a lot of behavioral issues, which kind of proceeds back into our safe and secure and having enough funding for these schools. So like, I don't want to like use that as like, oh, these schools definitely need people. That's true, but there's a reason why they cannot retain high quality teachers. You may not have that. So it's just a fact of the matter. So I just wanted to make that point. I'd like to make a motion.
Trustee Williams, thank you for that. All of those pieces. I will turn to you in a minute when we're ready for motion. I want to just keep score here for us. It looks like from this conversation, mental health seems to be a top priority, 1 or 2 for 7 out of the 11 members. That seems to have been as one of our priorities. The second item that I have listed here, I have teacher recruitment and retention and development. Out of the 11 members, 4 have listed it as a top 1 or 2 priority. And then when I see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, when I have out of the next item that we have here that has gained momentum is the bullying item. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals out of the 11 who have demonstrated a desire that to be a 1 or top 1 or 2. So I am I hear this based off the conversations that we've had today. Mental health and bullying seems to be the top 2 items that come out of this conversation. Trustees are talking to you about something you'd like to share.
So I saw that you took copious notes on Madam President. So could you do a count? You said again, could you repeat that for the top 2, please?
All right, we're gonna go through this list. We'll go down the list here down the rows. That's how I captured it. So Trustee Cavazos, mental health, and teacher as number 1, and teacher recruitment and retention is number 2. Trustee Satori has mental health as number 1, bullying is number 2. Trustee Williams has innovative technology as number 1, bullying as number 2. Trustee Watson has teacher recruitment, retention, and development is number 1. And mental health is number 2. Trustee Zamora has equitable resources, i.e. after school items is number one. Mental health is number two. Trustee Samantha Adams has bullying, has mental health as number one, and as number two. Trustee Harrison is bullying is number one, and then I've moved my number two to 8469 conversation around teacher and retention. So I can edit that piece. Trustees versus again, mental health is number one, teacher recruitment development is number two. Trustee Johnson, tier one instruction, that's number one, and teacher recruitment and retention is number two. Trustee Guzman, mental health is number one, bullying as number two, and Trustee Brooks as 8469 for recruitment and retention as number one, and bullying as number two. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize if I misheard. Can you repeat my second choice?
Sure, yes, absolutely. Trustee Zamora. Number two is your mental health.
I actually have recruitment and retention. That's my second. That was my number.
So let me see if I can correct this. Excuse me, Maura. You have your number one is equitable resources. Number two is teacher recruitment and retention. So great. Thank you very much for that. So that makes mental health still remains a 7 out of 11. Teacher recruitment is 5 out of 11, and bullying is 6 out of 11. So that means the top two issues are mental health and bullying. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. All right, so at this point, Trustee Williams, you're welcome to create a motion. Okay. All right, we're looking for a motion to remove items mental health and bullying both.
Madam President, trustees, and residential. You don't need a motion for this. You've given us direction what you can do. You have the option without a motion for us to come back in the future. We present options, language tailored to legislative intent, and then you can go on the specifics unless somebody wants to craft a motion tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stern and Mr. Keating. Thank you both for your attention to detail on that end. Appreciate that. It sounds like they have this team, it sounds like staff that direction and are going to the minutes. There will be no motion. Take back my request for motion. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nice work, everyone. Bravo, bravo, bravo. More on our way. All right, colleagues. Colleagues, we're going to move on to item 3.05. That is the request for appeal, discussion and possible action to direct board counsel file an appeal on findings of fact, conclusions of law and order, granting a petition for a written matters declaratory and injunctive relief in part of the district court case number A 24 A-24-88 and 325. I am this isn't action item, colleagues, and I'd like to want to provide anybody in the public who would like to provide a comment on this particular item, please submit a yellow card if you have not been so. Please do so now. Otherwise, once we begin, we will no longer be taking public comment box. Thank you. All right, colleagues, from a process perspective, I will turn it over to council. And after we turn it over to council, we'll go into public comment. Council.
Thank you, Madam President. On this item is on before you today, it's on June 25th, 2024. The district court issued an order finding that the cities of North Las Vegas and Henderson have standing to challenge on board governance policies and that the governance policy grants the right to make motions to voting members only was in violation of 8175 from the 2003 legislative session. This item comes before you today for consideration whether or not to appeal that decision. Appeals must be filed within 30 days of the filing of the notice of report, which will have the same date.
Council, want to hear from public comment? Mr. Gomez, followed by Mr. Gonzalez.
David Gomez for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president. I believe that you guys should follow through with the appeals because there are so many disadvantages. It's an unfair advantage, and I see it. Now, the FTC chairwoman was Khan, and November 10th of 2022 says that she doesn't like Sherman, where there's unfair methods of competition. Now, I understand this applies to business, but a lot of case laws, we have different ways and different measures. We can do different things and prove our points. If any of these appointed trustees, I didn't appoint them. I didn't vote for them. I didn't give them my vote. And then nobody I know has. So because they're appointed, they still sit on a 4-year term and they can go up to 12 years after limits. Okay, so let's say one of the trustees that live in my area that's appointed decide to say, I'm going to quit being appointed and I'm going to run for actual voting position trustee. I want to have the voting position versus the appointed position. Now, after that happens, that everybody that's competing against that person, it gives it an unfair advantage. There's an unfair advantage because that person is appointed and now they can say, I'm a trustee or I was a trustee for Clark County School District appointed by the city of Las Vegas, Clark County, City of Henderson, or wherever, North Las Vegas. And now that gives them an unfair advantage, which is not okay, because we cannot do that. If the FTC is saying that I'm a consumer, I'm consuming your abilities to do something. I'm consuming in a different capacity. Doesn't mean that I'm consuming at a consumer's right of food or items or things I need for my household. This is different. So this is argumentative. Because the advantage is on their favor. When somebody from our community that has been serving, I don't want to be a trustee, don't get me wrong, I don't ever want to be a trustee. But somebody in our community is running and they're running against a person, but they have done everything from A to Z to volunteer, be in schools, help with dads in schools, help with all these other things that are there without being appointed, without having these positions. Now I'm appointed in a different position, which I'm not going to talk about, but I am appointed. But that doesn't give me the right to override my executive person. I have to listen, I have to obey. And I'm not going to use that appointment to have an unfair advantage over anybody in here that runs for something with a similar name, similar position, which is not okay. So if you guys want to appeal it, use the FTC, use their laws. Use Mrs. Khan's law. They just passed it. It's unfair advantage. And you're going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I asked you not to appeal this decision. I think this is silly. I think this is a waste of resources. We just had a conversation, talked about legislative priorities, about how precious education dollars are. This isn't even worth the filing fee. Now, when I say that, if the district had won on this lawsuit, I would be in the city of Henderson where I live and in North Las Vegas asking them not to appeal as well, because I would just think it's just as silly because it would force this district to spend funds on it. The right to make a motion or not, I don't think most people really care. I have sat on multiple boards. I've been in the same position as a non-voting member, and in state law, I said I could not have a vote, but I was allowed to make motions in second. Regardless if this body can or can't, whatever the district court decided, I'm okay with, because you have more important things to consider. This district is in crisis. You've had the conversation about that today. I really do appreciate that. You guys had a deep conversation about many of those issues. But when it comes to this, I think this is rather stuff. So I would ask you to let this go, work with each other as a team like you just did on the legislative priorities and the bill draft. It was very fascinating, the conversations, but it was a good, healthy conversation. So once again, I would ask you not to feel this one. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes public comment.
Madam President, Interim Superintendent Wilson Mitchell, with other trustees for the record, my name is Robert Goals. I'd actually like to second what Paula said about I'm sorry, Gomez. About your discussion. I really do appreciate how considerate, thoughtful, and engaging you all were. As a longtime observer of this board, it's not what I used to say. Not at all. It's been quite refreshing. I appreciate it. I also would like you to not feel this decision. I spoke against or wrote against limiting the ability of appointed trustees, limiting their ability to make motions. And second, because the law is really clear. That is a plain language law statement, and it's really plainly stated that the appointed members of this board have all of the rights and privileges except the right. It doesn't get simpler. So that you limited them and then had to go to court, and that was a waste of time and money. And we don't have either one. We've got a whole bunch of other things that need our attention, your attention, and money is a limited resource. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes the comments. And you go into the queue, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Board Counsel, for that introduction to the item. I would like to ask you if you could expand a bit on the original council advice to the board on when we originally voted on this, as far as depriving and excluding the 4 appointed trustees from having the ability to make a motion or to second the motion. Could you expand on that a little bit, because the public does not have access to our closed sessions or our attorney-client sessions?
Are you asking me to elaborate on attorney advice that I gave you? Because I can't do that.
No, on the rationale of how this came about in the first place. This was talked about, I believe, I think it was Northeast Tech, when we first had the vote. We gave like a little introduction. I'm sorry, I tried to find it on the meeting minutes, but I couldn't find it. That's what we have on our Facebook all the time.
I don't know that I can do that without going outside.
Okay, I withdraw that.
Explain the attorney and.
I withdraw that. I was trying to word it in such a way. Okay, I'm just going to state that right now I am against this appeal. We just went through a lengthy process, not only on the bill drafts and on the legislative platform, but we also have a kickoff today to the superintendent search process. I have many times brought up things I thought were extremely important, and I was told, that's a distraction. Nope, we can't do that. We need to do this. We need to do that. This is our priority right now. Our priority right now that our community is waiting for is for us to conduct a very thorough and, should we say, inclusive superintendent search, and not for us to spend time, money, and resources on something that has already been decided in court. I have the mandate right here in front of me, and it's very clear. And so I understand the board counsel cannot go into specific details, and I was trying to ask in such a way that I did not do that well. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to reject the to the right number, 3.055 to repeal, to file an appeal. I'm sorry, I'm very tired, I'm full of candy, so I'm saying this correctly, but the motion is to reject the request to appeal.
I just
I just want to be clear, there's no request to appeal. You're making a decision as to whether or not you want to appeal. No, you didn't give a recommendation or a request to appeal.
Just, would you like to modify your?
Nothing. Yeah, we're looking at something else right now, just a moment. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to reject 3.05 request for an appeal. I'm reading it right off the agenda.
Very good, thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I see a couple members in the queue, so we'll go to them. Yeah, Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, want to provide that second.
There's just some more, just you, please. Yes, there is discussion. Okay, so Trustee Adams, your second is noted, and there's a motion on the floor, and we'll turn it over to members finish deliberating before we go for a vote. Trustee Moore.
Well, I was trying to set them, but they beat me to it. But I do have just a comment, and I think it's really important. The timeline, as we talk about resources and funding, like the timeline is also really important to think about for our colleagues as we think about this process is going to take, at least, it's going to take over 6 months. At that point, we're going to be in the legislative session. At that point, there's going to be other bills. There's already a bill, BDR now, about governing school boards, so just as a reminder, keeping that in mind. There can be something that happens during session that will completely just change everything, and all of this process will be for nothing.
Thank you, Madam President. I just like to make a couple points. This does not cost the district money unless we as a board decide to hire outside, maybe the filing fee. This does not cost the board itself time because we have our attorneys and the office that does the stuff for us. They work full time for us for that reason. I'm going to state again, like I've stated many times, that I don't look at this board as the problem. I look at future boards as a potential chaotic problem. Our job as trustees is to manage a budget, direct superintendent, and advocate for students and parents. And the worst thing that we could ever do is create chaos on the board for the future because it's not our problem right now. And then other than that, I think more so, if you would look at a timeline for court, you were to file initially or immediately, 6 months from now, it's not a legislative session. It would actually be wrapped up probably before new trustees. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. I'm just about to give permission. I'm going to go ahead and move on to colleagues who have not had a chance to share their thoughts. Trustee Sparks-Strong. So the reason we are here today as appointed trustees is because the communities felt that they had no presence and there was no voice. I feel, and speaking with the voting trustees that I have tried to bridge relationships with, and with my fellow appointee in conversation, we have been a value add for this board to bring a different perspective, to bring in new ideas, to think differently, to try to have community have a presence again. And it's something I'm observing. It's been a new journey for me because this is a totally new role. And I would disagree with the idea of us pursuing this because then it's just going to create the greater divide between the bridges that we've already built and the relationships that's were formed. And we will have potentially some new members. I mean, that's a given. So I'm looking forward to us getting past this waste of resources and energy and effort. We have made a lot of progress as a board, as a whole. And I think it's time for us to focus on the work, improving the district and the students and serving this community and serving them that are working in our schools every day. So I absolutely could not support this. No, I don't have a vote, but I will continue to try to be an advocate, not just for the municipality of Henderson, but for the entire district, rural, urban, all settings. Thank you, Trustees Brotherton. Trustee Watson.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to follow along with Trustees Property, I think we want to move forward. I think we need to continue to waste time and energy and effort in this decision that was rendered. The law passed at the legislative session. It was ruling. Let's just move forward. And because we do have to represent those who are part of this, I think that's the basis of that. This is how it's Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Watson. It is my greatest hope that any member who has the privilege of serving on this board has the ability and the right to vote. And it's unfortunate that the bill as it was written did not provide members. I was absolutely opposed to it. I acknowledge and recognize that my colleagues are doing all the work, my members are unable to really, there is a need for there to be a voice. The voice comes with a vote as well. Otherwise, it can appear empty. And so it is my greatest hope that with the BDRs that are coming to the board, to the legislature this upcoming session, that they are meant to expand the ability for members to have an actual vote and not a superficial experience. While that still is my highest desire, that actually is not this particular item. The request for an appeal. The request for an appeal is not for this board per se, it is for future boards, especially when it comes to ensuring that the reason why this item was approved or was why the judge made their decision was really concerned about the standing in this particular case. The extension that the municipality has the ability to dictate what a school district does because they have invested resources is actually incredibly problematic for me. Again, for our school system and our school district. And we really, I recognize and acknowledge that this is not a popular opinion on the board. It really is a warning for future boards that the current board had a really difficult time making a decision to stand and actually give themselves a chance to be proactive around deciding and really taking a stand proactively to ensure that future boards would not have any issues with municipalities potentially entering their domain and saying that they are they have the ability and the privilege to supersede our policy because they have invested resources in their because of their municipalities' resources have been invested in the school districts. So yeah, I hope that the future boards who read these minutes are really fully aware and acknowledge that I hope that they won't ever have any issues when it comes to municipality wanting to continue to extend their authority with the school district and our policies that we have responsibility for. Trustee Cavazos, I see that you're in the queue. I believe for further discussion or to go back to the vote.
I just want to make sure that we were able to check in with the trustees that are in cyberspace, and then yes, I did have a further comment.
Thank you. Trustee Guzman?
Thank you. I have struggled with this, as you know, because in Robert's Rules of Order, unless the people that are appointed to a board hold an office from their appointment, they usually don't get to make a motion and second it. But since it was already determined by the court, I hate to spend any more time on it. I've been thinking about it, and I think what we should do is convince legislators that they should allow the process that they have established to work before tweaking, and respect those of us who walked and knocked on doors and actually had to run campaigns to sit on the board, and respect that process also. So that's my thought on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I believe this is a bad legal ruling, for reasons that I'm not gonna elaborate on. I do agree with Trustee Williams. The decision is not about the people who are here right now, but they're the people that are gonna arrive in the future. I also agree that we haven't wasted resources because we didn't hire external counsel. Even so, I'm gonna support the motion. If this board descends into chaos, I think it's gonna prove the point that voting members are trying to explain now. And I think we all agree that these members should vote and be on a level playing field, but they can't do that either because then they would represent an unequal number of voters. So I'm gonna support it. I do think that it's a bad ruling, and I do not like the standing, but I think it's gonna pass either way.
Thank you. Trustee Glasses?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to state that, this school district has been going through a lot of difficulties. I think the idea that for the future, that giving these 4 appointed members, who I will say that all 17 school boards, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam President, but I believe all 17 school boards and districts signed a letter opposing the original bill, AB 175. I was one of the ones that signed that. And yes, I have been out there walking and talking and, running for office. But these 4 members that are sitting here right now, that we have forged relationships with, have amazing records of involvement, of doing their homework, and being here, of attendance. They have been here, and they have been engaged in all these discussions. So to discount what they have done, I think is disrespectful, and the allegation that this would cause chaos in this board is ludicrous to me. Future boards, I don't know what's going to happen, but right now, we're here, we're right now, and again, I'm going to make a motion to reject the request for appeal, and I'd like to call for the vote.
All right, Trustee Glasses, I don't think the call. We are ready to make. Take a vote, colleagues. We have a motion on the floor by Trustee Glasses, the second by Trustee Guzman Adams. Please cast your vote. Trustee Guzman?
Okay, I'm just clarifying because I want to make the right vote. So if I vote yay, I'm voting with what the Glasses has put into the motion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then I'm voting yay. I don't want an appeal.
I'm sorry. Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. I thought I heard yes. Wait, trustee Guzman, can you please clarify, your question again, or can you repeat your question for me?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify the motion. So the motion is that, we are, so trustee Cavazos' motion is to reject the appeal, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I vote yea.
Scared me over here. Okay.
Up in arms, our members got up in arms over here and thought I misspoke. You're good, trustee Guzman, thank you for indulging me on that.
Trustee Brooks,
Yay.
thank you. Okay, please. Our motion passes 5-2. Thank you very much for the discussion. All right, colleagues, we are going to move on to public comment on items not listed as action items on the agenda. 4.01. We've signed up, we have Mr. Gomez, who has signed up in advance. Do we have any other public comment? Mr. Gomez will have Abigail, Renate, and Adriana Bellman.
Maybe Gomez for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president, former president of Wake Up, and a lot of other organizations. You know, you guys, like I said before last time, never cease to amaze. But we need to start the time. Thank you. Like I said, I don't like to be up there as well. So, you know, I'm gonna share something with you. I like Linda, nice lady. It's really nice, like her husband.
Mr. Gomez, please stay away from speaking directly to a member.
I'm just saying I like her.
That's great. We all like her. Please.
So, you know, the thing is that during a time of presidency, I've never seen so many arrests in my life, our county school district. I've never seen. I've been sitting in this room when it was empty, just like this. A lot of people work. Administrators. And I'm not talking about the president of the United States. I'm talking about the president of the board. I'm not talking about you. But at one point, prior to you, there has been nothing but arrest, parents, community members. And that's sad to see. We're attacking our community, but yet we're claiming we're supporting our community. I'm going to tell you something. God is not pleased with some of them. I don't know which one it is. And his destruction is coming. Do not believe that God is blind, nor is he dumb or stupid or deaf. He is going to make you pay for all the actions in which you have created against children. Every single, and I don't know who that is. And he is going to make sure that that cup of cold water you stole from a child, you are going to find out what his wrath really feels. This is my time, and I can speak on these matters as I please. And I see that a lot of people don't disagree. They disagree with me and they don't agree with me. That's okay. Because it's not my word. It is his word. It's been written. We've been proven so many times that everything he wrote 2,000 years ago has come to pass, and it still is. And everybody can dispute it all they want. Do we make this being agnostic? It doesn't matter. But I'm telling you right now, your time of rule, even over a doll, and you will not like what you're going to see. And I don't have no judgment in that, but I do have a word. And you will find out how you will be treated in the last of the days when they do get here. Because we're getting very, very close. We call it the caught up, some call it rapture, some call it other things. But you will find out when he says, ye of iniquity, I do not know you, depart, cash.
Okay. Followed by. Abed. And Pickens.
Hello, Madam President, honorable members, board, Dr. Brenda. My name is Abigail Nagase and I go to Spring Valley High School. And I am here to talk about civics education funding, specifically in regards to extra. I've noticed that throughout the past few years, the number of civics programs such as Model United Nations, mock trial teams, school clubs, and other civics-based initiatives in CCSD has skyrocketed. Many schools have started to travel for competitions, and these programs have been of increasing interest to high schoolers. However, even with their increase in popularity, or maybe because of their increase in popularity, I find that many schools are lacking the resources in order to properly accommodate their team. My school, Spring Valley High School, hosts one of the oldest and largest MUN programs in CCSD, yet we still struggle to go to out-of-state competition. For our out-of-state trips, such as to California, each student pays around $500, sometimes more, and that's with the money that we raise for fundraising. And a lot of students cannot afford to go and be a part of these initiatives. Although we have been invited to participate in competitions in Arizona, DC, and New York, most people in our delegation cannot afford to attend them. And even for the local competitions that cost around $50 each, we have a lot of students who cannot afford to go. Apart from the operating costs of civics programs, many schools, especially in more underprivileged communities, have a fewer number of civics-based extracurriculars, as well as lower quality extracurriculars. I believe that there should be a fund that civics-based extracurriculars can request money from, or a set amount of money given to each school to accommodate these funds. Whether or not that money stems from the county budget or a separate fund altogether, it is vital that some amount of money is set aside for civics programs. Although civics education extracurriculars aren't the only programs that lack equitable funding, they are some of the most impacted, with civics education requesting an average of 5 cents per student in comparison to STEM education, which receives about $50 per student. The amount of funding that is given to civics programs should be much more than 5 cents.
Thank you, Angela. If you have any additional comments, you're welcome to submit them in writing, and or provide your writing remarks after. Thank you. Abed. Any comments?
Thank you once again, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I want to talk about school closures, but before I get started, I don't want to talk about Lundy. I want to talk about school closures in general. I know you guys had an interesting meeting last time. I know I was out of town, but I attended both the bond oversight committee and I watched your meeting this time. And I think the concern that I had was just about the general topic. The last time we talked about school closures, we had forums in the community, and I felt like the conversation, the frustration from this board is that the decision came here without having a forum in the community. And the reason that I say that is that this board recently both the school closures. And so I'd ask you to look at that once again and give better direction and maybe include that in the policy. And the reason is that it was mentioned both at the board meeting and public comment, and also bond oversight, that our district is shrinking. And so this may come if it continues that way. Current projections have it that this will be the smallest the school district has been since the 2004-5 school year. To give you an idea from the projections, these are projections, I'm trying to do an apple to apple comparison. From the 21-22 school year coming from your own website, I'm assuming it's Rick Baldwin, to the current projections now, overall enrollment is down 7.4%. Elementary schools are down 11.3%. Pre-K and kindergarten is down 19.2%, while high school is only down 1.6%. To give you an idea, in 21-22 school year, the projections, 12th grade and kindergarten were about equal. This projection has kindergarten 74% of 12th graders. And this also we should look at is the fact that municipalities have the ability to authorize charters up to 7%. We could see a continued shrinking of the school district because of that. And I mention that because this may come up as an issue in other areas of the valley in the school district. And so I'm not an advocate for closing schools in general, and I'm not taking a position here on Lundy, but I'm saying that this may happen in the future if this is the direction the population of Clark County School District is going. So I would ask you, one, if you look at this policy again, if you choose to include the town halls, because to give you an example, having a town hall at Indian Springs is not close to Lundy, as you heard. But to give you an example, imagine the situation in Palo Verde, and you had the town hall at Boulder City. We would find that ridiculous, but oddly enough, Boulder City is closer to Palo Verde than Lundy is to Indian Springs. And so to have a town hall at Cheyenne or Rancho, that's not of equal distance. And so you want to have the community give input because it's important. Plus, if this was a zoning change, we would have probably had a town hall in Lundy because of it. But a school closure, we don't. So I'd ask you to look at it some more. Regardless of what the overall decision is, the community should have a right to be heard and felt in, and that's what I felt like it was last time. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez. My colleagues, we move on to item 4.01, 5.01, upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees is Wednesday, August 7th at 4 p.m. That is a regular board meeting. However, I want to make a note. We've just agreed to likely pick meeting here at the boardroom. And then we have a work session that is in 2 months. Okay. Very good. Thank you for that. Perfect. Colleagues, I see some colleagues in the queue already. Trustee Williams. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm looking for a motion. I'm making the motion for adjourn.
You are making the motion to adjourn. Thank you, Trustee Adams. Thank you, colleagues, in the motion by Trustee Williams. Second by Trustee Adams. You can vote, Trustee Guzman. Aye. Mr. Brooks, are you still present? All right, colleagues. Trustee Williams, and your vote. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, all right. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.